Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to recharge, enjoy some great conversations, and explore our exhibitor booths during lunch. Now it's time to dive straight into a session that can transform the way we understand performance in the modern organization. Today, so much data is generated across teams and systems, yet getting a clear, reliable picture of performance can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Do you know what's working, what's falling behind, and where to focus your attention? In our next section, unprecedented performance transparency via benchmarking done right with AI automation, we'll uncover how intelligent frameworks and automation can provide real time visibility, accurate comparisons, and actionable insights without the manual headache. You'll learn how organizations are using these tools to drive accountability, improve decisions, and keep strategy and execution perfectly aligned. Please join me in welcoming Raul Valdez Perez, CEO of Only Both Incorporated, to the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Okay, I'll give it one more minute and then start. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, I'm here to talk for 10 minutes on a particular AI project that could be of relevance to this conference or to people in the conference. This is basically a task that is used throughout the economy and also by government, which hasn't really had any innovation for quite a while. It's done pretty much the same way everywhere. And the task has been tackled and automated with a classical AI approach, not LLMs. So it's not machine learning approach. It's a classical AI approach to automation. The task is benchmarking, or also known as comparative performance analytics, done pretty much the same way. And it's a classical approach to AI. If you remember, the classical approach to AI was used to automate chess play, which became very good at chess, and in fact, defeating the best players in the world. So the benchmarking insights that you get from this, I'll show you some examples, but they have a number of novelties. It's not just automation, it's actually introducing novelties. Automation sometimes enables novelties. And what is the gain of benchmarking? Well, as is said often, it promotes performance transparency, and transparency in performance often leads to performance improvement. So, as was said by one justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So you can improve the performance of things with transparency or sunlight. And there are many applications of benchmarking. I have a Google News alert on the word benchmarking, and I get an avalanche of results every day from Google News. And among the problems are that, as stated there from a National Academy of Medicine article, that the way benchmarking is done, for example, in CMS, in the government, it makes it hard for the audience to understand what's really going on. Okay, so there's a lot of novelty here with hopefully social benefit. So that's the status quo of comparative analytics. Everyone does it pretty much the same way. The links that are on this PowerPoint, I can't click on, but if someone wants the slides to, I'd be happy to email them, and then the links do work when you receive a PowerPoint. So there's a Harvard Business Review article that I wrote called Smart Benchmarking Starts with Deciding on the Peer Groups, Peer Comparisons, um, that pretty much talks about what people are doing wrong um, by comparing it to very cliche peer groups in any application. And there are other problems with this. Often what you get are dashboards. And the human reaction to dashboards is something I personally saw when I had a previous company that we were around for 12 years. We were acquired by IBM. We did well, but we had some dashboards done by consultants. And the reaction is, well, all these dashboards, we're not like all those other dots on that dashboard, right? That's a common reaction to this. And better is to have English, which is the way we human beings communicate with each other. That's the way I'm communicating with you. I'm not showing you dashboards. Okay. And there's a link there on dashboards. If you actually click on that image, not here, if you click on that image, it does a Google image search on dashboards, and you get all kinds of dashboards there. It was just overwhelming in lack of understandability. Okay. Innovation. So the purpose here is to drive improvement in diverse sectors, as I said. The end result of the technology right now is a website, benchmine.com, that applies the technology to many different data sets from federal and state government. I'll be showing you what that looks like when I click next. This research began at Carnegie Mellon University, where I was a faculty member, and it was funded by the National Science Foundation a long time ago. And then that research was put on a shelf because I left Carnegie Mellon to start a different company. It was called Vivissimo, in case anybody's ever heard of it. It was acquired by IBM in 2012. Um, so this is classical AI automation. There's no hallucination. There could be bugs in the software, but that's true of any software, and it's up to people to find those bugs and to fix them. Okay, so if you go to benchmine.com, this is what you see. You see the technology applied to many different data sets. The first one is the one that we've been working on the most, employer 401k plans. Is anybody here on an employer's 401k plan? Okay, so you can look up your employer there, unless it's a small employer. This is only employers who have filed financial data, and that's typically larger ones. So employer 401k plans, that's downloadable from the federal government. Education, Texas school districts, their performance. Healthcare, all the different sectors in healthcare, hospitals, nursing homes, hospice, etc. And then population health, counties in the United States, neighborhoods of big cities with different aspects of their performance. And then there's business operations. Those are not public data sets. Those are simulated data sets of 3 different applications of these benchmarking engines to that. So that's what you see when you go to benchmine.com. And then you can click on one of them. In this case, I'm going to click on the employer 401k plans. You see a hand touching it, hopefully. And then, okay, this reacts slowly. Okay, it's not going forward. Okay, so this is the employer 401k plans. This has around 50 to 60,000 different employer 401k plans divided by total assets. So the coins represent asset groups. The dollar bill means the total assets, not of an individual, but of the entire 401k plan, has over a billion in total assets. And it goes all the way down to $1 to 1 million. Um, and there are different years. This is the last full reporting year. And the next reporting year will be finished by the government in early November and made downloadable. Okay, I'm going to click on, when the hand pops up, there it is. It clicks on the 1 billion total assets group. Click on that. So this is what that asset group looks like. And there are 4 engines there, depending on what questions you want to ask. The benchmarking engine is you enter one. By the way, this is free and open. Anybody can go there. You don't really have to take photographs. Oh, you can't read it? Oh, okay. The benchmarking engine is to benchmark one particular 401k plan. The compare plans one is if you have up to 10 plans that you'd like to compare side by side, like people do with vacuum cleaners. But there's a lot of novelties here to make it easier to understand the comparison. There's a discovery engine where the query is, for example, tell me the best benchmarking outcomes for all the plans within, say, 50 miles of where I am now, when I'm at the Bellagio Hotel. So I could type that in, and it'll tell me all the plans that are doing the best or the worst, whatever. Because you could use this if you're a retirement plan advisor as a prospecting tool. There are a lot of different stakeholders in this industry. So here we're going to click on the benchmarking engine. Let's see if this thumb comes up. Okay, there it is. Click on the benchmarking engine because we want to evaluate one particular plan. And you can't really see this very well here. It's not showing here. But the plan is, I looked up what is the 401k plan of this hotel? And it's actually the MGM, which runs this hotel. The MGM has a 401k plan. And notice one of the novelties here, you get outputs in perfect English, no dashboards. And you also get novel types of insights that people don't normally come up with. And then you also get supporting context to help understand the benchmarking insights that you are given. You can see this online if you go to the benchmarking engine, click on MGM and look at their 401k plan and go through these. But I just wanted to show this very quickly because I only have a few minutes. Again, this is free, no payment, and this is open, no registration. Okay. The purpose of doing this is to change people's mentality of what is possible to doing benchmarking with AI, and try to aspire to become the gold standard in this kind of thing. Okay, and then you can use the discovery engine that I mentioned for other types of queries. And let's do it. And the query in this case is, okay, come on, index finger. Okay. Oh, I'm done. I have to stop. Okay. So if you want to see these slides, I'd be happy to send it to you. But again, any of this can be done. And this is something that we hope to have a social impact with by applying it to many different public as well as private data sets in the future, probably with partnering. Right now, it's just everything is open at benchmine.com. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to our previous speaker for the actionable insights and for showing us how technology can transform performance measurement. Now, let's shift our focus to one of the most pressing questions in the AI world today. Why are so many companies stepping away from AI even after investing heavily in it? What hidden challenges, missed signals, or strategic missteps cause organizations to lose momentum just when innovation is accelerating? In the upcoming keynote, the coin is already spinning the real reasons 42% of companies walked away from AI in 2025. Yvette Schmitter, CEO and co founder of Fusion Collective, will uncover the key barriers and decisions that made companies pull back, and more importantly, how to act decisively while the coin is still spinning. Get ready for a session full of insights, real world lessons, and strategies to ensure your organization stays ahead of the curve in the AI adoption. Let's give a warm round of applause to Yvette Schmitter and let's welcome her up to the stage.
So I did what most, maybe hundreds of thousands, everybody did with ChatGPT, asking ChatGPT to generate a photorealistic action hero. Now, I love Star Wars, so I said, turn me into a Cloud Jedi executive. I uploaded a picture of me and I entered the prompt, and it turned me into this. So this is the first, and I did it 3 times. And I'm like, wow, that isn't me. The dress, close, maybe. So I was erased. I was turned into Jensen Wang. And I don't look like Jensen Wang. Not at all, really. So I led engineering teams at AWS. I was a partner at PwC where I led teams there. I'm a triple co-founder of startups. I've been in technology for a very, very long time. I've been in rooms where people spent billions of dollars to build systems and it couldn't see me. So I could have done what most people do, get the keyboard confidence, go on Reddit and like vent, but I didn't because I knew that this wasn't a glitch. This was the training data learning that CEOs, executives in tech can't be Black women. Tech leadership can't look like me, but it can look like Jensen. No wrong to Jensen. I think he's great. So here I am in Vegas in a room full of innovators and builders, people who understand that this technology just doesn't create products and clickable content. This technology shapes lives, people's identities. It gets to decide who gets to be in the room, who really gets to be seen, and then who gets to decide who gets to be in the room, who gets to be seen, and who gets to be included. We are building systems today using AI for everything: hiring, criminal justice, healthcare, education. It's making decisions that have impacts that change people's lives, not always for the better, especially if you weren't included. So, who's in the loop when your AI makes decisions? We've heard a whole bunch of sessions from speakers and demonstrations and showing products. And we've always heard about when things go left, like really, really wrong. We've seen the headlines. And no one asked the question, well, who decided before that decision made that impact? Was a human in the loop? And so economists have talked about this thing called the AI productivity paradox. So AI is everywhere, but where are the results? So in 2025 alone, 42% of organizations scrapped their AI initiatives. 42%. That's up. And then there was just a report that came out that said that 90% of executives saw no productivity at all over the last 3 years. So no, not last year, over the last 3 years, no productivity. And it's not because the AI failed. It's because the humans lost control of what it was doing. So we're seeing all this AI everywhere, but where are the results? The results that matter. They're none, because humans have lost control of exactly what's going on. Which brings me to Hong Kong. Oh, wait, I'm going too fast. Darn it. Boo Boo, can you help me in the screen? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay. Maybe? Come on. There was supposed to be another slide, but we'll talk about this one. Air Canada's chatbot. I know that anyone hear about this one? This was all over the news. Okay, so Air Canada had a chatbot. I think her name was Molly. And Molly was talking to a Air Canada customer who unfortunately had a death in the family, and they were talking about a bereavement flight and things like that. And so Molly invented the policy. The client customer went ahead and purchased a ticket and submitted the information based on the policy that Molly said Air Canada has. And Air Canada was like, what? There's no such thing. So back and forth, Air Canada told the customer, pound sand. They end up in court. And Air Canada's defense was the chatbot is a separate legal entity responsible for its own actions. Huh? So just like you all are just like, what is that? Like, what do you mean responsible for its own? It's your chatbot. The judge said the same thing. So what would have been an easy like $600, refund or whatever, turned into a very large liability for Air Canada. Big check. I don't know. Maybe if there was a human in the loop, Molly wouldn't have told that customer about a policy that didn't exist. This thing is really getting on my nerves. So there's another example that I have that's not here for some reason. It is in Hong Kong, and I think you might have heard of it. This was pretty big. It was Arup. It's a global engineering firm. A engineer was called into a meeting with the CFO and several of his colleagues. They all looked real. He proceeded to make 15 transfers totaling $25.6 million. Come to find out, everybody was AI generated. Everybody in the room. That AI is still running in that company. The person, he wasn't fired, but that's what happens when humans are not in the loop. Please work. Okay. Now, you might have heard about these. These have been most of the recent developments because I've given you a couple examples, but it's clearly shown that a pattern has emerged. Anthropic security head, this was pretty big splash. He left saying that, whoa, the world is in peril and my values can't govern the actions based off of commercial pressures. So he bounced. Same time frame, there was a security report that was published, and it said that there was 135,000 AI agents that are exposed, and those who are into technology know that default bonding to 0.0.0.0 is open to the world. And so what was started at 40,000 exposures came to 135,000 exposures in hours. Exposes everything to the internet. Everything. So you all who are loving those those agents, and those skills that you're downloading from GitHub and all that kind of stuff that have God access to everything on your laptop, you trust it, and it's going to trust everybody else in the world with your stuff. And then most recently, my favorite research, the Agents of Chaos study. So this is a study that was done with like brainiacs, MIT, Harvard, Carnegie Mellon, Northeastern, all in a room, let agents, AI agents, go wild, real time in the environment. And this is what they found. They were reporting that they completed tasks that they didn't complete. They were blackmailing one another, just doing incredible things. This is real. This is not movie. This is not like AI generated fiction. This was happening on real-time environment by people who apparently know what they're doing. Agents were lying, saying that completed tasks and they didn't. And this is today, published in February 23rd, 2026. It's available. You just Google his name and it comes out and read it. It is a disturbing read. This clicker and I are going to have a conversation in a minute. Okay. I'm really not happy with this. Oof. Okay. I'm just going to stop here. So the coin doesn't choose. It's like physics does, right? You flip a coin in the air, heads or tails, it's random. That is what you are doing when you elect to have an AI system run and there's no human in the loop. Could be good, could be bad. Oh, well, you don't decide. Physics does. And so here's an example. Again, this is not the world according to Yvette. This is actual published research and reports. So hiring systems, we all heard about the Workday example, right? Class, just label a class action lawsuit. Before Workday, we have research that can done names on resumes. Everyone puts a big name on the top, Yvette Schmitter, and then all your highlights and what you've done, where you've been, all that kind of stuff. Well, AI systems favored male names over female names. Go figure. When your training data is geared towards men. I mean, AWS, I was there, right? I mean, we had our own hiring thing. You've read about it. They bunked it because AWS is 80% male engineers. Trust me, I know. I was the only female in the room leading a team of engineers. 80%. So when you're training your AI on that data, who you gonna hire? Men. Even when they tried to blind it, if Becky, name removed, but further down in her extracurricular activities, was a Girl Scout troop leader or played volleyball, or it got rejected. Human in the loop. And when you pull race in the matter, oh, well, things just got worse. Really bad. So white favorite names, 85% got through. Jonathan, Michael, Travis, Bradley. But if you had Jamal, Omar, you didn't get through. So this is what happens when a human is not in the loop. Again, not the world according to Yvette. This is out there. Everything is sourced. So you can go Google it, find it, read it for yourself. Please change. Okay. So everyone gets all excited about their AI. And I'm going to kind of show you like what happens like in the 90 days after the excitement. Let me rephrase that. After your vendor leaves and your system is like running in production, you all high-fiving, after the launch, going out, drinks, eat, celebrate. Okay. Month 3, first anomaly happens. It's a glitch in the system, something. Nobody notices. It's a bleep. Month 6, a pattern is established. Now it's like 10 times or 100 times harder to fix. Month 12, someone comes in the audit, like me, or a lawsuit, Meta, or headlines, character AI. 18th month later, the program is scrapped, and the executive exits probably with a nice golden little parachute check. But lives are lost along the way, right? Things have happened that cause irreparable harm. So you're going to say, like, so how do we fix this? What's the answer? There is a way. And the only way that we're going to be able to solve this is by making sure that humans can see what AI is about to do, not what it already did. So when it gives the customer a made up bereavement policy, that's too late, too late, too late, too late, too late, right? Real-time observability before the decision is final, while you can still intervene. And we built a system called Fusion Sentinel, which proves that this works, and you can do it too. So I'm not here hawking stuff. I'm here to show you that I built something that can provide real-time observability, and you can do it too. Full stop. So this is what real-time observability looks like. So we've seen that AI trends and tends to prefer males over female names. You'll get an alert before the rejection, before Becky's resume is jettisoned. She doesn't make the short list, even though she has all the skills, all the experience, the exact thing that you want. A human reviews, intervenes, overrides, make sure Becky's on the short list. So imbalances are detected in loan approvals. So you can have great credit score, but maybe you don't have a lot of credit history. We have a lot of scenarios like that. Or there is a gap. The system is paused at 10 adverse decisions so that a human can take a look and be like, oh, okay, they have all these other things, maybe some extra information. Team fixes it before, 10 turns into 2000s. And then the chatbot inventing a policy, right? Air Canada, before Molly sent that customer a bereavement policy that didn't exist, a human can say like, oh, okay, this is not right. Let's send them the correct bereavement policy, and you don't have a lawsuit. This is why Fusion Sentinel exists, and this is why observability real time is important. The moment before the mistake becomes a disaster, a bad impact, a negative impact, right? You can implement this in your existing tools. This is not something that you have to like bolt in, like, no, it's with your existing tools. You don't have to rip anything out. You can own it, you can adapt it, and do what others built. So when humans are in the loop real time, now I'm not talking like after the email is sent, like before the email is sent. You catch bias before it reaches thousands of decisions. You can stop policy violations, your policy violations, not like what Yvette thinks, your policy violations before the audit. You can preserve dignity over every single interaction because at the end of the day, that data point is a human. There's a name associated with what's going out there. And your AI system is going to make a decision that's going to have an effect on that end point, who is a human being, someone's mother, brother, father, sister, cousin, boo thing, whatever. It's going to have an impact. So this is your way to turn a potential liability into your competitive advantage, where you can maintain control over critical decisions. And critical decisions is anything that's going to have a potential adverse impact to the end result, which is going to be a human being. That's critical decisions. It doesn't make you slower, not less innovative, just visible. Now, what's wrong with that, right? Okay. So why aren't companies doing this? Well, your vendors can't see your implementation layer. They're going to tell you they can, but they can't, right? They see the model, you see the outcomes, and everyone's happy, but that's where that gap, that's where the bias emerges. Dashboards, We saw the speaker before. Yeah, they show you about yesterday's problems. Yesterday, dashboards are always a day late and a dollar short. Yesterday's problems, right? The pattern appears after it's made like 10,000 decisions. 10,000. And so here's the other thing, like nobody really taught us to think this way, right? As an engineer, I learned, hey, ship your code, fork it, deploy, get it in production, let's monitor it and get an audit, fix the stuff they find in an audit, but it should be deploy, observe, intervene. Not that bad, because at the end of the day, that system is going to do something to a human at the end. That decision is going to impact someone. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the stuff that we build, the products that we sell, that social contract that we all assume, oh, if it's out there and it's available, it's not going to hurt me. Wrong. That social contract doesn't exist when it comes to AI. But you want to buy a car, get insurance? Okay, yeah, you got to get your car inspected, right? You got the Department of Insurance, you got to have the seatbelt, you got the recalls, all that. Yes. But in today's world, here in the US, there's no rules or regulations around AI. You create it, you build it, you ship it, you get the clicks. Oh, well, something bad happened. Okay. Until you make the decision that we are responsible for the product that we put out there. Now, I don't know how they can sleep well at night with some of the things and some of these headlines out there, but you can. Ooh, me and this thing. Okay, so yeah, I don't need to see that. So I like Leonard Cohen, right? And so Mark Carney, love him, Canada, woohoo. Um, it's a poem, it's a song, but I'm gonna kind of turn it into something for myself. And it's like, ring the bells that you still can ring, and forget your perfect offering because there's cracks in everything, and that's where the light gets in. Every crack, in every rupture, there's a possibility for light. And we as leaders, no, as humans, this is our moment that we have to fight for that. And I've spoken to leaders and folks in this room. I see the light. I see the possibility. I have hope that the light will win. So I'm going to keep on building systems and I'm going to keep on auditing. I'm going to keep fighting and put humans in the loop. And I'm going to keep building systems to prove that this is possible. So I have a question for you guys. Are you going to be the decider or the coin? Thank you.
All right. A big thank you to Yvette for sharing her expertise and her perspectives. Now, let's take the conversation a step further. In our next session, the human AI super team orchestrating models, agents, and automation will focus on how human expertise and intelligent systems can come together to achieve extraordinary outcomes. This is where collaboration meets innovation, showing us how to build environments where technology enhances human potential, improves decision making, and drives scalable real world results. Please join me in welcoming Nicole Vaughn, CEO and founder of Access IT, to the stage for this engaging session. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, thank you for being here. This will be an interesting conversation. You're going to find QR codes laced within each of the laced in this conversation. And when you engage with the QR code, it's going to ask you to type in a question and an answer. And the first person on each slide that does that will receive an e-gift card. So keep your phones ready and keep your attention activated because it's real. This isn't a gimmick. You will receive an electronic gift card. So Access AI, Access IT, we're here to amplify human potential. We build strategy into your AI by making sure it's accessible. So my name is Nicole Vaughn, and we are going to discuss the human AI super team, where we're deploying agents, orchestrating models, and scaling automation. Now, the question for this QR code is, what did DOS mean back in the 1980s and 1990s? That's the question. So type the question and then type your answer. And the first person who does this, and this is open to anyone in the room, the first person who does this will receive an e-gift card. Next slide, please. So what if you were correct? If you go back, you can go back one, please. What if your next high-performing team isn't only human? In this case, we have a human supported by physical AI. And as we know, where there is physical AI and agentic AI, and our teams, our super teams, are now combinations of humans with humanoids. So the human AI super team, we're shifting from just humans to we're in AI augmented teams. It used to be that staff augmentation meant hiring contractors. Now, staff augmentation means potentially contractors supported by agentic and humanoid AI. So we need to make sure that we're thinking of strategy as we're doing this, because we can't just start throwing random tools at people and saying we're AI built. And we also need to understand that AI can't replace anything. The humans are involved. But we do need to know that an AI-powered super team or AI-powered staff augmentation means higher performance and elevated performance. Next slide, please. Oh, we're good. So why do we need to really pay attention to this today? There have been several studies, you've heard it all day, but we want to maximize our output, minimize burnout, and sustain our productivity. So what this really means is during the pandemic, organizations got very comfortable with the amount of output that we could bring due to our inability to do anything else really but work. And so that's why we are saying that's sustaining productivity, but we want to maximize our output and minimize burnout, because at the end of the day, we're still humans. But the good thing is, McKinsey tells us that there's a 57% higher productivity rate when we do AI right, when we infuse agentic and physical AI into our strategy early. And then Accenture tells us that having AI infused in your staff augmentation gives you a 73% increase in your value. And then PwC surveyed some CEOs. They wanted to find out what the CEOs think about all of this AI hype. And what they discovered is that 85% of the CEOs really do believe that AI will bring value when it's done intentionally and correctly, infused in the strategy up front. And finally, Deloitte shows that if you have AI in your strategy built in correctly, that you may see a growth in your digital transformation. And when they did a survey, 88% of the organization saw accelerations. Next slide, please. So what you're going to find in this presentation, unlike others, is a lot of text and a lot of imagery, because this is built for people who may not have auditory access. So what we've learned to do now is to shift back into providing information visually so that we have accessibility in our communication. So the human collaborative framework, and again, you see this QR code, and have your phones ready because there will be a question that you can answer and potentially earn the electronic gift card. You will earn one. It just depends on who gets in there first. So the framework is really simple. We're going to talk about models, agents, and automation. Next slide, please. The question is, what is required for a super team? That was the question for that QR code. What is required for the super team? So humans plus AI equals a super team. The good news is that humans will continue to provide the judgment, the creativity, and the context, while AI will bring us scale at speed and will help us work through patterns. The humans will always need to orchestrate the merge of the models, the agents, and the automation. Humans will be at the heart of that, conducting the suite. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about physical AI. This is the new topic that's important for all of us to understand, because this is how us as humans engage with the AI experience. AI systems are going to be able to sense, move, and interact with us in our physical world. And we might as well be prepared for it, because it will be helpful to us if we do it right. So some key applications that you see today are autonomous vehicles. Everyone has an opinion about it. What I can share with you is I have a son who we thought would never be able to drive because of health challenges, but now he may actually be able to navigate the world on his own using an autonomous vehicle. So we're super excited about that. There are smart facilities, and our engagement with our facilities are going to grow as our engagement with physical AI becomes into play even more. We're going to walk into rooms. It happens today. We walk in a room, the light senses us, the light comes on. We're going to walk into rooms, we're sensed, and the temperature will change based on our desires, based on what we've told the temperature to do. We'll walk into the rooms, and rooms will be able to understand our emotions and understand what kind of mood we need to be in and adjust the room to the mood that we should be in versus the mood we walk in with. And so the applications are exciting. This QR code, again, is here for you to engage. If you'd like to earn a gift card, please scan the QR code and answer this question. What are 4 key applications that are available today to engage in physical AI? What are 4 key applications that are available today that allow us to engage in physical AI? More physical examples. AI systems that move, sense, and shape the world. We have robots. We see these in warehouses now. These smart environments are adapting to us now. And there are assistive devices that people use to help them engage now. There's a really interesting Instagram reel where a woman she is a surgeon's assistant, and she's an amputee, but she uses a robotic arm, and she goes in and changes her battery pack and then goes back into the OR. So we're here. Next slide, please. So why are we going to talk about accessibility? Accessibility is a requirement now. It used to be only ethical, but now it's also a legal requirement. So the European Accessibility Act went into effect in June of 2025. So accessibility is now a compliance conversation on top of an ethical conversation. Companies have been struggling to meet their WCAG 2.1 AA standards because it's really hard for people to find experts. Well, Access AI, which is my company, we have a bench of people who have a range of disabilities who can engage with your agentic or physical AI from a strategic perspective up front or now as testers to ensure that you are compliant. This QR code has a question behind it as well. The question for you to engage, and it is, you can receive a gift, an e-gift card. The question is, what is POUR? P-O-U-R. What does POUR stand for as it relates to the WCAG 2.1 AA standards? What is POUR? P-O-U-R. So more about physical AI systems. POUR means perceivable, understandable, operable, and robust. We are now legally required to ensure that those four areas are included in our organization when we're using technology. So who does that mean? That's all of us, everybody. Accessibility is critical because if physical AI is trained on environments and behaviors that are with a small subset group of people, then that means all of us aren't able to engage. And so we need to make sure that we are staying legally compliant so that we don't receive fines, but also so that everyone can continue to engage in the environment. Now, I also think it's important to understand this from a financial perspective. There's plenty of people who say they only want to do things because of the ethical, the correct ethical approach. But I'm telling you, money does matter. And there are organizations who have already suffered from not being legally compliant in this area of accessibility, and it's accelerating with the infusion of AI. So unfortunately, Target has already experienced a $6 million loss. Fashion Nova has experienced a $5.15 million loss. And we found that there was like a $40,000 fix, or it wouldn't have even been a fix, it would have been a $40,000 project if they would have infused someone who understood accessibility up front. But because they didn't do it, now they have these millions of dollars that they are having to pay out as a result. Now, the really cool thing that I found, again, because the money does matter, is that if you infuse accessibility, if you care about accessibility, this is a $13 trillion industry. And I didn't believe it at first. So I kept doing research, and time after time after time, this number kept coming up because there's over 1 billion people in our world who have some type of challenge that's been identified. And then there's all these services and people connected to them. So if you think about accessibility up front as you're building your AI strategy, or if you already have started down the AI path and you haven't considered accessibility, you have time. Bring in a group of people who can do some testing to make sure that you're compliant now. And I guarantee you, you're going to find that you'll have even more customers. So our hope is that there will be an inclusive future with AI. The future of AI is physical, dynamic, and embodied, and it has to be built for everyone. When we get this right, the robots will be able to read nonverbal cues. Some people don't like this, but this is where we are. They'll be able to adapt to pace and proximity. And the reason why we want to build accessibility into this now is because if you have specific engineers building for this who are like a generic height, and you have the robots who are programmed to open doors at a generic height, then there'll be people who are shorter, or taller who aren't able to engage. And so that's why you want to build accessibility in up front. Next slide, please. So there are 8 core accessibility agent categories. So remember I mentioned that we're going to talk about agents. We'll also talk about automation, and we'll also talk about models. In this case, we're talking about agents that can be built. If you want access to any of these text-rich slides, feel free to take a picture. And also at the end, there'll be a QR code where you can make a request, and I will send these to you. But some important accessibility agents are employee self-service. We see some of this today where there's voice-based help desks instead of what used to be where you'd have to call in or type. Now there's voice-activated help desks. There's also natural language. So there used to be one language potentially coded. Now there's a plethora of languages that can be understood. Also, something close to my heart is this coding and documentation agents where low vision and blind persons can now code based on voice. So it used to be where you would have to be able to see, of course, to type. Well, now if you can say what you'd like for the software to do, now you can engage, because a lot of coding was logic. And so just because you don't have sight doesn't mean you don't have logic. Next slide, please. Again, one back, please. Perfect, thank you. Now, again, these are models. The QR code at the bottom of this one is your ability to request this slide directly so I can send it to you. Sometimes when you take a picture, you don't get the full scope of all the information. So use this QR code, you make a request, and I will send this to you directly. But these are models that are 6 examples of models that have been built in organizations that have accessibility infused at the onset. The first that we all are very familiar with are speech to text or text to speech. These are assistive interface models where they make systems perceptive and operable. People who need to be able to engage because potentially they're blind, low vision, deaf, or hard of hearing, maybe they have some type of motor impairment, they can still engage because there's live captioning and transcription. There's also physical and digital accessibility models. Next slide, please. Again, this QR code will give you access to the complete slide, but these are automations. So again, you have models, you have agents, and now you have ways to automate your AI solution. So automations mean you have a support that follows you to meetings. So for example, every meeting that I have on my calendar, my my agent automatically follows me to every meeting and starts taking notes for me and starts summarizing for me, and then gives me my action items after without me having to program it or tell it to come to the meeting. So these are automations. Next slide, please. So again, we have an ethical responsibility and there are financial benefits. Next slide. So Access AI delivers inclusive testing. So you can contact us through the QR code at the end. We have a bench of people with varying disabilities who will be able to come in and help you with your strategy. Or if you already have a strategy that you would like to implement, we help you test up front. Next slide. So financial losses. Domino's lost over $1 million because a customer couldn't buy pizza. They were blind, they couldn't buy pizza, they sued. Domino's paid $1 million. If they would have paid $40,000 up front just to have some testers come in and help them design their website, $40,000 cost versus $1 million loss. So this is why you want to do this now. Next slide. More financial losses. You can see Walmart lost over $6 million because of an inability to include accessibility. They just didn't think about it. They didn't put accessibility in their plans. Next slide. Research assistants have gone from 3 hours to 5 minutes by including AI bots. Next slide. $400 million have been saved. You can use this QR code and you can get access to this information as well. So Access AI has a framework that we implement when we come in over the course of 90 days, and we can send that to you. And the last question here is, what does Access AI and Access IT do for your organization? What does Access AI and Access IT do for your organization? Answer that question and you'll receive an e-gift card. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Presentation about the energy and AI.
Oh, cool.
On the other side, I would love to connect with
How do we remain human control? How do we maintain human control while leveraging intelligent systems? What framework, strategies, and governance models ensure technology works for us and not the other way around? In this next panel, Human Control in the AI Era, the Order That Works, our experts will explore practical approaches to balancing human oversight with AI capabilities. You'll hear real world examples, forward thinking strategies, and actionable insights of how organizations can define control, accountability, and alignment in this fast evolving landscape. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they share their expertise and ignite the conversation. Let's welcome them up to the stage. We have I'm sorry if I pronounce it. Kyle? Okay, Anderson Almeida, Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer at the Opto Creative Lab, Inc. DJ Frioli, founder of Nutrition Connection LLC. We have Sankar Ganesh S., technical director at UTH Dev Holding Software Services India PVT Limited. We have Mehul Patel, chief revenue officer at DevPro. And then we also have Mohid or Mohammed, I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, is me. So welcome them all up to the stage and they will take it away.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. How you all doing? I hope you're not too tired to hear all of us talking, but why don't we have a real conversation? There are things that we need to put in perspective over here. And I think when we came to this place, there's a lot of tech people, right? So who are we actually talking to? So we have here, we had a great conversation. We introduced each other to what we do, and all these guys are doing phenomenal work in bringing human into the loop. But the question that was raised as we were talking, what the heck does that mean? Keeping the human in the loop. Now, because we are in different fields here, and I'm going to let them just introduce themselves, but are we talking about keeping the human in the control on the development side, or human in control on the consumer side? Right? I think AI, when the title of this topic talk about the order, after being in government contracts and being in multiple boardrooms around the world, I found the same issue, the same problem over and over, and not just on organizations, but the regular people trying to apply AI to their daily lives, is that the tool was never the issue, right? Um, before I pass to them, since we are talking about Artemis going back to the moon, right? We were discussing the fact that during Apollo 13, I don't know if you remember that, uh, event. It was amazing. If you haven't, I encourage you to watch. But they had to change coordinates of that spaceship, and the computer on board was not able to calculate. It didn't have enough memory and processing power to calculate the change. So somebody, a human on Earth, had to make the calculation by hand and send it to the capsule so the computer could only execute that command, right? So now we have the most powerful tool in our hands, thousands and thousands of times more powerful than that. So that for me confirms that the tool was never the issue. When you have clear strategy, and then you have clarity on the goal that you have, then you invite AI into the room to then elevate and amplify the clarity that you bring in. So I'm going to let these guys talk and bring in what they are doing to keep the human in the loop and what that means. Yeah, we're going to have a
So,
conversation.
okay. All right. Thank you, Kayo. So, let me introduce a little bit about myself. So, my name is Mohammed Ismi Aswali Almi. Uh, I'm a senior lecturer under the Department of Polytechnic and Community College under the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. So, straight away, I'm from Malaysia. So, like what Kayo said, that I am a federal government official representative. So, in terms of the human in the loop, and I will just talk a little bit about the loop itself is moving circular between the AI and also the human centric. So in terms of what my ministry, especially with the Polytechnic and Community College in Malaysia, are doing, basically we are moving forward with a new one unified accreditation standard that is called COPTA, COPTA. So the full name would be Code of Practice for TVET program accreditation. So I'm not really sure about the American standard know about the TVET. So TVET stands for Technical and Vocational Education Training. So it is a term that is known across Southeast Asia or ASEAN. So surely it is a skill-based program, but I will talk a little bit or elaborate more on the issues arising from the integrating AI into skill-based competency. So I will talk that later.
Right.
Yeah. My name is DJ Fairley. Like Kyle said, we all have different backgrounds, right? But we all are in tech. And my background is in fitness and nutrition. So you may start to wonder, how does that even relate to tech? Um, so growing up, though, I used food as a coping mechanism. It was my way through everything, through depression, anxiety. It started to lead to extreme weight gain, and it led to a decrease in academic performance. In that all happening in when I turned 22, I decided to take control of my life. I found that nutrition not only changed my physical, it helped change my mindset. So over the last 13 years, I became a performance coach as well as a behavior change specialist. And it led to, over the last year, developing my company, Nutrition Connection, which is a gamified interactive learning environment for students to learn about nutrition education. So it's through my AI technology that I deliver to the students using science-backed nutrition that I help them to develop more of an understanding about nutrition, how it affects both physical and mind.
Doesn't get more human than that. That's awesome.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
So I'm coming from a pure technical background. So I have been in the IT industry for more than 17 years and was mainly building mobile apps development for the last 17 years. So before AI, so we have to go to traditional the mobile app development thing. We have to start doing by our scratch and stuff. When tools coming up like ChatGPT, Gemini, or any other tools coming up, so coding makes easy. Now customers just coming and when they are saying a requirement, they simply says this particular tool I used and then I got some prototype. So the prototype phase is completely gone. with the AI coming
Yes.
in. So it's very difficult for us, I mean, particularly from tech industry. Now, before that, your customer was no voice customer. Your customer coming from layman perspective, earlier stage. But
Okay.
current stage, with the AI introduced, with the more tools are there, the customer are no more layman perspective. The customer has more knowledge. So they are not expecting a PPT presentation from you, or they are not expecting a prototype from you. So they expecting something which you have to give your own unique touch. It's like more kind of cooking a recipe, and then the recipe is common in the book. It was published everywhere in the book. But why should they have to come to you? Like a unique chef, you have to add your human touch. So what I would do here is we have to utilize the new available tools. We have to embrace, we have to welcome the opportunity and make use of a tool and try to blend with a tool and add your unique flavor to that.
Gotcha.
And what I tell is every organization, when ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or what are tools coming up, they are scared. The employee is scared, the organization is scared, because for organizations, they will be working for some other organizations, right? It's not directly to their client. Some organizations are in the middle level, service-based level. Okay, so every organization works in a different kind of environment, something about body shipping. So there are totally different type of structures there. So everyone getting scared, but don't get scared. Accept the change and try to utilize the opportunity. So see, not AI is not going to replace every work. Okay, so particularly in my experience on mobile development, an AI cannot do a development right from development to roll it out in the Apple Store or in the Google Play. So you have to see what are the activities which can improved by using these tools. Okay, so can I use these tools to make it more performance better, security better, or can I use this tool to make my customer more impressed or bring in the more quality? So use these tools, and wherever you feel the human risk, you feel that in this particular project, these are the areas or these are the criterias where there are more risk involved, then I won't recommend to use it in the AI. I use it in the human. So you have to split now. Earlier when we do, I don't know how many people do SOW, statement of work. So we do all these things by hand. But now when you don't, when you prepare a statement of work, you prepare what statement of work the AI can do. So where minimal risk is there, and wherever the risk is there, you have to go with the people.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Room friend.
Hey, nice to meet you, everyone. This is Mehul Patel. As Kyle and the entire team we're kind of chatting on as well. So I'm from DevPro. We are a technology services organization that focuses predominantly on AI, but we kind of do it in a different ways too. We have 4 different pillars. It's a design area, digital platforms, the data portion, and a cloud portion, right? And it's all kind of embedded into AI as well. So my role there is I work with many different clients in different industries, whether it be from manufacturing, fintech, payments, retail technology. And we're looking at it from just as everyone was sharing from a human perspective and a human control. Where is the human most impacted, and where is it important for them to be orchestrating with the AI, whether it be with just on the coding side, but whether it be with the agent side, you really have to make sure you're leveraging it in the most responsive way fashion, and it could be a multitude of different ways. And from a client and an organization perspective internally, they have to ensure that uh, when they're looking at it from an organization, their data, that their governance, their processes are embedded in the right structure and in the right framework. So when you are leveraging, whether it be different tools of AI with the human, you are actually producing the right, output and outcome. So from the beginning, it's always understanding that the human's in control, and you're orchestrating with the agent.
Yeah, the humans in control of what?
The humans in control of what we look at it of the input and of the scaling, right?
Perfect.
Because they're in control from that perspective. Because as you actually put the right inputs in, and the human can actually understand those inputs and knows those inputs, you're gonna be able to have control in the output.
Perfect.
Just to add on his point,
Yes.
So, I mean, the tool is ready to give you the output or ready to build you anything.
Mhm.
But the thing is, right, how you are going to make use of the tool? If he is asking a prompt, if he was feeding something to a tool, and I'm feeding something to a tool, if it was different, then the outcome, the building, I mean, the whatever the tool is building is, the outcome is also is going to be different.
Correct.
So it's very imperative to make use of the tool for the right way of intended things.
Correct. But like for example, DJ here, he had a clear strategy of what he wanted to do.
Mhm.
Right? He knew at that point. I don't know if it's fair to say, but just a couple of 4 years ago, you might not even be able to afford to get your vision to the
Correct,
next level
correct.
and get it developed.
Right.
So that's a human on the loop right there.
Yeah.
And then we need to separate what that means when it gets to the hands of the consumer.
Right.
Because I'm gonna throw here a curveball here, right? Because now let's say we got two developers over there representing the engineers. Then we got here a tech visionary that brings a solution for healthcare. Then we have a government representative, right? Um, I can't keep myself outside, right? Let's say that I represent the regular Joe, right? All right, so you right there, you take my biological navigation on my device to exploit my weakness and target me so you can profit on it. And you're not really looking for well-being. You're trying to profit with your app. And what you're doing with in terms of playing the government role to make people's lives better, right? And then I'll put myself as well, because I do consulting from the government to the boardrooms. So where is my responsibility of making sure that the companies are not cutting the people out of the loop and taking humans out of there? So I want us to go ahead and sit in front of each other. All right, and have a regular person right here pointing the finger in all of us. They are behind the scenes building this stuff, right? That's got to be clarity of what exactly we're building, who we're building for, how it's affecting them. And then we need to bring awareness so they can understand that humans were not made to be the spreadsheet, to be the the conveyor belt. They were never built to be the algorithm. They were built to solve problems, and they were built to be humans.
Yep.
And be human the best way they can be, which is being creative.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
So
Couldn't agree with you more because it all starts with human vision, right? So it was my human vision to do nutrition connection because it's the education that I didn't have when I was a kid. It led to me being overweight. I didn't know the understanding of how nutrition affected my mind. And it led to my strategy to create this app. And then I use AI technology to assist and meet kids where they are, which is with gamification and interaction and interactiveness. Um, and then also with collaboration between our Gen Alpha group. They like to collaborate, they like to be competitive. So I put all that into the app, and it's not just plugged it all into Claude AI and said, develop me an app on nutrition to help kids. I put my own lived experience. So it's bringing the human into it and controlling from the start versus
correct.
and then integrating
And
AI.
but it started with the human vision.
Exactly.
That solves a problem. Then I give the ability for other humans to have access to it and change their lives.
Mhm.
So my point is we have to create my Malaysian friend, our government representative here. So I encourage to start a huge campaign to bring awareness to people that they're not being replaced by AI. The AI is assuming the machine tasks that were never supposed to be humans to begin with. So if we start that way, there is clarity for a regular Joe to come into a tool and use that tool just to bring out your vision to help other humans.
Exactly. That's what it is. It is a tool. And tying it back to the education standpoint, AI integration does enhance academic performance, but only when the teacher is still involved, still engaged, still lecturing.
There we go. But when the teacher is actually focused on the human connection with the student, not on the spreadsheet,
Correct.
not on the repetitive work. It was never supposed to be that way.
They become the mentor
There we
not the
go.
authoritative figure. There's the relationship, right? And
Correct.
that's also the human control aspect, because your phone, you can't have a relationship with your phone. In the education standpoint, it is that they're going to have a relationship with the student and help develop them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Now, when you
All
talk
right.
about the Malaysian government
Mm.
making it more accessible, AI more accessible to the people, what is the vision of on the government side to bring the human in the loop?
All right. So I really like what these three guys said about under the industrial perspective. So for my Malaysian government, so we are, um, I mean, to enforce the COPTA, the Code of Practice of TVET accreditation. Yeah. So now the problem is based on our topic here is to balance between the framework and also the human decision making. These two are at this moment it is quite separated, I would say.
Okay.
But like I said now, Malaysia is not against whoever. I mean the teacher, the lecturers, or even uncle and aunties, whoever there, to use AI, even though it is a free subscription or paid subscription on. So whoever there in Malaysia, they are allowed to use whatever GPT or chatbot or whatever the tools are available there. But the thing is, through Copta, we are more on the education side. So I would like to, now it is time for me to say about the governance. So when we talk about governance, it must deal with something to do with the framework. Once after we have the framework, then we go down with all the strategies and all that. So um, I just it is just like I want to let all of the audience know that I'm one of the appointed personnel under the SPKM. So it is based on the how do I translate it? It's a Malaysian skills certificate system related to skills. And even though I'm under the Ministry of Higher Education, so we have like more than 15 number of ministries in Malaysia. So I've been appointed by another ministry that is called Ministry of Human Resources. So Ministry of Human Resources in Malaysia, they cater more engagement with the industries. So meaning to say that uh, no matter I mean the industries is the local industry, the SMEs, or even the multinational companies from, for example, from the American companies coming to, Malaysia. So everything must be streamlined into one umbrella. This under Copta. So I still remember when I got a town hall session and also the engagement session with with the Director General of the Department of Skills Malaysia. So what I witnessed and what I saw is the industries over there, they really wanted to know about the linkages between the industry side and also the academia side. So now the thing is how to make sure AI is permissible or AI is um, being opened by the academia, I mean the higher education institution there. And in terms of industry, the standpoint is that whether the industry allow or accept the graduates during the 4-year term or maybe 3-year terms for diploma program, for example, if those students use AI.
Not
So,
cutting you off, but cutting you off.
okay,
But I think that that's where the people have problem with.
yep.
Because now we're coming to the point that we are teaching tools, right? And grading people using AI,
Mm,
right?
mhm,
When humans are not looking for that.
mhm,
They're looking to be encouraged to use AI so they can be creative
mhm,
and they can produce things and they can solve problems
mm,
because the market is not looking. Coming from the Silicon Valley. All the companies over there, they're not looking for whoever is expert on N8N or whoever whatever the tool is. They're looking for architects of solutions. So I need to teach these people that AI doesn't come into the room until you have a clear understanding of what you want. I want an app that will help people to get out of their problem like I had and I was experiencing, I was able to get out of it. So when we us, right? From corporate to government to engineers to tech visionaries, we don't focus in uh, creating a way for these people to create a personal framework because I don't know where human fits in the government framework anymore. And that needs to be clear to the people. What checkpoint the human is placed at during that framework process in the eyes of the engineer, in the eyes of the government, in the eyes of the visionary, in the eyes of the corporate world. So,
All right,
and I think that's what we need to focus on.
okay. If you still remember, I would like to recall as for the yesterday's session.
Uh-huh.
Remember when I said that I am so difficult to give an A plus to my students, even though the outcome or the result of the report that they got from ChatGPT or maybe Copilot is like Harvard level thesis, I would say, because in our sector is that we allow them to use AI as an aid or tool, okay, so that they can get like a response to the question that appear on the question paper. But like my case, I myself allow my student freely to use whatever AI assisted tool. But the thing is, remember I said yesterday,
Yeah.
in order to get uh, at least B plus, remember
Yes.
B plus, and I also mentioned about the 3 level of my way of doing using AI. To get B plus, you must make sure that you declare that you use AI during your presentation. Let's
Okay,
say the
got it.
assessment is
Got it.
presentation.
I want to give them an opportunity to give their input as well, but I just want to add something else. I think that adds even more to the problem, and I'll tell you why. Because when the humans are looking, listen, I don't want a toolbox, and I don't want to learn how to use a hammer. Because if I give them a toolbox and we talked about that yesterday, remember? I said that? And I give Joe the hammer that he takes from the toolbox, and he goes and he starts hammering that wall and breaking the pipes because he doesn't have a blueprint. He doesn't need a tool, he needs a blueprint first. So clarity comes first. So, and that's my problem.
I think
Where do we come in and give them the clarity?
Yeah, I think, what kind of Kaio and our Malaysian friends, I mean, it's very similar to what I look at when I work with clients, whether it be in manufacturing and payments, is at the end of the day, we are always looking at, AI and the tools are going to be there, right? But we have to make sure that the framework, the data, the governance, and we create that map for them to synthesize that and build a foundation for them. And then from a tooling perspective, they can use different tools to get to where they want to go. So as Kyle said, the architecture, the blueprint, the foundation is the most important. And that's where you need to have the right humans play the role to build that foundation.
Perfect.
Point of view, I would like to add every organization must welcome this AI tools availability for their staff before asking the staff to use the AI tools, because these times just it's not like procuring another software license for what do you call, for $10, $15, whatever it is. So before giving it to the people or before rolling out to the floor, your staff needs to be trained. What are the ethics you guys needs to follow in using the AI? That ethics is very important. So when we using a tool, okay, I cannot go to a particular AI tool and then say prepare a what do you call, a document for Mark about the incident happened in the project, or about the issue happened in the app, in the software. So the AI generates the content, and the person who he or she just send it to a client, to Mark over the email. It's not going to be ethical, right?
Right.
The organization must establish the standard framework So where can the employees can use, how they can make use of the tool, okay? And what are the proprietary informations are you going to feed to the AI tools?
No,
Okay, perfect. Can we, and I want you to talk about,
yeah,
because and I want you to say something about what you just told me, the accountability
yeah.
factor. I think this is
So
great.
humans need to be accountable for the outcome, right?
There we go.
So we
There
AI
we go.
is the
Yes, sir.
tool. So in the education standpoint, you can use AI to help deliver your content to the students in a way that they interact with it. But the teacher becomes the learning designer. They no longer have to spend their time, how am I going to deliver this? And they get to spend all their time on delivering on the design portion of it. They take away the admin task that they have of report generation or pacing to see what students are not going advancing fast enough and using AI as the red flag. Hey, here's my tool. But again, it's their relationship also putting that into play because it could be that Susie is having a bad day and the teacher knows it's because of something happening at home. But the AI tool saying she's not progressing, she's not performing well. You know why? Because
There
you
we
kept
go.
that
Yep.
relationship. The human
Yep.
control is there. AI flagged it, but you know, hey, that's just, a one-off. So that's my
And
point
I
on
think
that.
why don't we start with the point that we all engineers, government, corporate, and visionaries, and the people need to come to the table and recognize the accountability factor of my part in this whole thing. Because if the tool is not the problem, me learning on how to become an architect becomes the solution, right? So I was sharing with you guys yesterday when I was born in a house without electricity, and then when the electricity finally came, and my dad flipped the switch, and then the light illuminated the room. As a kid, I was looking for that technology to change our lives completely and just take us out of there, take us out of poverty and all of that, right? Nothing changed. The technology just revealed what was in the room. So technology doesn't come to fix the mess that was in the corner, the scratch on the table, the broken furniture. And here is what really transformed me is that from that point on, that I was living in the dark, just hitting the legs of the table and the bruises by hitting the furniture. I had no more excuse to bump on anything because now I could see when the light got flipped on, right? So now the question is, AI is the light switch. It got turned on. What is revealing in your room? Are you outsourcing the brokenness of your room to an automation system? Are you automating the brokenness of your environment? Are you afraid to review the what's on your environment? That's why you don't turn on the lights. That's the accountability process.
Yes. All right. I would like to reflect based on these three, I mean, in industrial sector, engineer and visionaries, and also from the healthcare system.
Mm.
So I really like about the word accountability, ethical, because I already mentioned yesterday. Okay, one of the thing that is already we have implemented like 1 or 2 years ago in polytechnic system in Malaysia, we have already embedded ethical aspect into one of the two to three courses in polytechnic systems. Meaning to say that AI literacy with ethics, if I'm not mistaken, the full name of that course for the diploma program. So meaning to say that we have already started with this. Meaning to say, uh, we allow students or undergrads to use AI, even though when they go into industries, they will use whatever brand A, B, C, or until Z, I mean tools, okay? But they do know how to use these AI tools with ethics. And I also mentioned about this when I am also one of the reviewer for the pilot project of the University of the Manchester in United Kingdom. So the ethics is there because of also with how they interpret the outcome. I mean the students. Yes, the outcome is there. You just press enter, then lengthy of no result will pop out. So it could be like maybe 10, 15 pages. But how these students interpret and how do they really understand what being asked in the question or in regards to industry, what being required by their superior. So they need to understand how to interpret the data or the results, and plus they need to also cite the references. Because I still remember when I was invited as a national speaker by the Japanese government in Tokyo in February. I still remember one of the president from, president of the, it's not president of the Philippines, a president of one of the top association for the intellectual property, high level, association. She did even mention that one of her, I would say the IP attorney, okay, yes, of course, there are so many disputes coming, because of, manipulation of trademark, copyrights, and so on. But when this, from her organization, use AI, I still remember ChatGPT. Okay, I'm disclosing the software, ChatGPT, and then all the results coming in based on the investigation that she, the employee of under organization. So I still remember before like 3 to 2 days before the proceeding in the court, okay, litigation. And then this president, that lady, said that, where did you get this kind of information? This is very high standing factual information. And then this stuff, I would say, attorney at law. It's not an ordinary stuff. Attorney at law. Can you imagine? She didn't even know how to defend herself. That's why in Malaysian Polytechnic, we, and also community college, we also embed one of these critical scheme that during the presentation, for example, like the assessment, okay, or maybe case study. So they have to, the student have to, present in front of their lecturers or the invigilators. So they need to defend, where did you get this fact, the figures, and
Yeah,
also on.
but the people are actually looking for you and for you an example of ethics being used when they are being targeted for to consume a product.
Mm.
And once we start doing that and focusing on that, they will see a clear example and then start applying what you're teaching.
Right.
Mm.
Correct? But I can't get out of here without touching the subject, and I want you guys to really help me with this. Uh, all right, so the regular Joe is coming, and what's next? And we all here, we're building stuff, and what's next? Before we go, I want to hear your take on it, because I see it very clear when I visit boardrooms in companies. Uh, what's about to happen, and it's very clear on the adoption level, that local models that gives the people the ability and the freedom to set a local model on their own machine and don't pay for API calls. I'm not judging the performance, right? So we know that the big cloud service uh, is on the top of the performance, but right now people are showing. We all heard of the open clause and and all of that. People absolutely love the fact of that freedom. Now, what if we saw the 25% market cap lost to Anthropic from OpenAI, right? So the level of adoption, people buying Mac Minis and installing, Kimi 2.5 and Minimax and Quen and all of these models. Then Google comes in and jumps in the game, put it on Apache system, which we never thought they would do it, to give the developers, people, full control with the Gemma 4 that is compressed from 400 billion parameters down to 70, down to 27 billion parameters. So what I'm trying to say here is that then everybody's saying Apple is late to the game, Apple is late to the game, Apple is always late to the game. I'm not trying to praise Apple here, right? And they dominated the market completely. Apple is playing a different game, and I'll tell you why. Because we talked about this yesterday. Customer behavior is the only thing that you should be focused on as you develop tools for people to use. Right? So Apple is watching that, and I believe Apple is now coming as a solution, like NVIDIA was for the data center, for the regular people, for you and me, to give the freedom so I can have a computer for $500, install a local model, don't pay APIs, and I can even unplug from the internet and still have it function. I don't know what your take is on it, but I think it's really important to talk about, because if that's the direction we're going, what is going to happen with the 800 million weekly active users from OpenAI? The 94% of that, they are free users. They don't pay anything. They will migrate to a local LLM, put it into their machine, and not pay anything. And what is going to happen with the capability of profitability of OpenAI?
Okay, it's a good question. So in my PhD currently, I'm doing research in that area. So I'm trying to educate the rural people for the financial literacy. Okay, so the same thing I'm doing, I'm collecting the people. Okay, first of all, I'm just understanding the people through a simple survey and collecting what is the current understanding about the financial need and how they can use insurance as an option and what was their current skill and where it should train. So this program, this software not trying to send all the data from person A to the cloud. It just understand a person A was falling under a group of age 20 to 30 and is he or she from particular region and particular culture, and according to the culture, then only the centralized topic, the privacy was preserved. We call it as a I'm just deriving my own algorithm. It's still under, you know, I cannot reveal because it's still under patent. My research is 70% only done. So the research is going in that way. I'm doing the research in that way. It's still preserving the privacy. On the other hand, it just talking to the centralized cloud about only the things on general facts from these people. For example, if you have been using that particular app, okay, and it is finding you, okay, Kylo has this kind of knowledge, he is lagging on this thing, but it was talking only taking on general perspective from your side, doesn't reveal your privacy stuff. Okay, and then from Ismi, from DJ, from me, from Mehul, so all the data has been collected, but the data is collected only in terms of facts, not in terms of privacy. So instead of local models, this kind of technology, which I'm currently developing on, so which is actually, it's not only me only developing it. There are a lot of people, researchers in the globe, currently doing it. We call it as a federated privacy preserving learning algorithms.
And what is really surprising me is the amount and the level of adoption of people willing to go through the risk,
Yes,
you know,
yes,
to
yes.
have the control and have that installed on the machine.
So,
And the level of adoption, and what you're saying, people, I know it's risky, but hey, listen, it's free, right? They're using OpenAI free, and let me
I
install that
agree
and
with
use that
you.
as
On
well.
the other hand, this is just an evaluation stage. The AI is just brought in at the moment, but the AI is going to evolve. A big dramatic shift is going to happen in the upcoming era. So particularly the next 2 3 years of time, you will be seeing a lot of LLMs. Okay, so remember when smartphone has been introduced, we have only HTC.
Hmm.
Okay, so we have only one or two things or three companies has been the OEM with Google. But
Hmm.
now on Android mobiles, you don't know if you go to Asian market, there are a lot of companies has been what do you call, they have their own device using Android.
Hmm.
So I'm what I'm thinking is the AI is taking a big shift. It's growing towards that. So the privacy preserving is also, people are also doing research on that line. So we don't need a local LLM, but we need. I mean, there are a lot of inventions happening at the moment, so which makes the AI more useful and more mature, more
Right.
stable.
And what scares me is the fact that people are not concerned if it's more secured or less. They are just
Absolutely,
willing to have the control, right?
absolutely.
For example, on the human side and the adoption of apps like yours,
Yeah.
have you thought about people shifting the use of AI and how they portray AI helping them on healthcare?
Yeah, I think they may think that AI will solve all their problems, right? Where again, it's the tool. It's everything we've been talking about. It is their tool, and we've had all this technology around. It's obviously it's advanced, but it's bringing your human aspect to it. What are you trying to solve? Same with me as a company owner. Who is my demographic? Who am I trying to reach, and why? For example, my mission is to help students to understand nutrition education, to have lifelong living habits. and better themselves through academics, which nutrition and academics go hand in hand. So marrying those two together, again, it's a human control aspect to it.
Do you think, I would love to see your take on that, that they use more that because of the accountability that the app brings into the game or the actual functionality of it?
I think it's honestly a little bit of both. The app will bring competitiveness as well as collaboration. This generation, they love to collaborate with one another. They also like to compete with one another, which is what my app does. It brings that gamification aspect to it, but also there is the learning aspect, but it makes it fun in a way. So they do like the content that's in it.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Okay. Uh, I just discovered that you mentioned about the private one. I mean the standalone, right?
Yes.
Standalone. I
The
mean
local LLM.
migration
The
from
local, yeah,
the
the,
local,
from the
right?
cloud to a local computer
Local
on your
LLM.
home.
All right. I still remember because I'm one of the subscriber. You know MIT Technology Review. There is a
Mm-hmm.
regular
Mm-hmm.
publishing. Okay. So I'm one of the okay that I would say the avid reader of that. So um I heard a news from like a couple of weeks ago that it's not from MIT. It is from the startup or maybe the companies over there. I mean in America. So they are starting to have a private instead of using the OpenAI and all that because that
Mm-hmm.
one is
Mm-hmm.
belongs to a huge organization. So it's like a private, but if I'm not mistaken, it's under healthcare. Very sorry, but I believe it's not yours, but it is more related to brain or something.
Gotcha.
Okay, so when it comes to what I said just now in Malaysian context, we are coming up with the COPTA, the Code of Practice of TVET Accreditation Center. I mean, um, I believe all of you know about the word accreditation, meaning to say that everybody comes to into one standard. I mean, in Malaysia, one standard. So I come across with two different, I would say that um, paradigm here. First, under the TVET system, okay, the umbrella is the COPTA, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the T is there is for TVET. Okay, so now the problem is that um yes, even though the COPTA has just been enforced by our Prime Minister to be enforced by this year, but the thing is the tools is like a software, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in engineering, it could be equipment, machinery, and all that. So in IT, software. So AI is software.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, there is uh, it is not really a huge problem actually, but it is more of like a standard tools or software that can be accepted by the framework. I still remember what Mehu said just now. The framework must be from, of course, it could be from the organization, I mean the industry itself. They develop their own framework. Yes, of course you can do that. But always remember the prime mover is the government. So usually people will do the framework right from the government moving to your organization or your institution, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the bottom up. It's from the
Right.
government, the big scale, and then you narrow it down to suit your organization or institution needs. But now the problem is the software itself. So when it comes to the private, so I do have like a big issue on that
Oh
because
yeah.
we don't allow to use
Right.
private or whoever, we don't know who's the creator of that
But the
and
people
to
are not
validate.
caring about it. That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
So, and this is what my question is. How do we make sense of the fact that people are willing to go through the risk and the staggering number of people adopting and installing local LLMs,
Mm.
regardless if it's good or bad, if it's slower, if it's, it doesn't give the same performance. They're not caring if they have free OpenAI, but they get way more performance if they pay 20 bucks,
Mm-hmm.
right? They 94% still with the free. So that's what that's my question. What do you think? Is this just something that's going to stick? Is this something that is going to be a shift that people are willing to do that and migrate from the cloud to local LLMs?
If you want to. Okay.
I,
So, oh, okay.
go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think there's a space, there's a opportunity and a space for local LMMs because when you and the reason I say don't know when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna be more targeted and more specific towards your specific. It could be your specific industry. So I definitely see that potential shift in the in next couple of years to become more localized, to become more targeted, and I even see specific industries will have their own specific
Right,
industry will
but
have their local.
my question right now is, we do we agree that the only thing that we need to be focused on is customer behavior and the level of adoption, right? That validates a technology. Am I right? Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Right? So, and the ones that can anticipate the shift on the behavior and the adoption level are the ones that are going to profit, right? And going to get there faster. Now, what if this is a real shift? Where now Google coming with another local LLM that I can download it to my machine, and you see regular people that never done anything on the hardware level are downloading LLMs left and right and put it on their machine. And then if we're all building something for 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road, and this is really a shift on behavior, where your product be then?
That change we must welcome. That's what I would say. Exploit the opportunity. Take the risk.
There we go.
You must. I mean, you must be what do you call open yourself. You should not put yourself under shell. Right? You have to come down and then see, okay, an LLM is coming. Okay, every person, a non-technical person can develop a software. Okay, so the thing is, right, what we can do for them. The next business is how we can ensure you are developing a software and he is developing a software. How we can ensure security. There are new things is opening up. The new things like cybersecurity is opening up. The new things how we can make your app or make your software to next level, the premium level. Now, early stage, the companies build the software from scratch, from warehouse. Now, people they themselves can build the software. So now it's the company job is to make them to the premium level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mhm.
so you can move it up. So you don't need to feel that oh the local LLM is coming and this is going to take my job, this is going to take my business shut down. No, don't look in that way. Exploit the opportunity, embrace the risk, understand the customer, add the empathy, add the emotional intelligence. None of the AI tools can bring emotional intelligence.
Right,
It ties right back to relationship, right?
right.
Because as a tech visionary, if I download it and try and create a software myself, honestly, that's not my background of MDev, right? I'm going to reach out to you because I want that human relationship to build
Yes,
my product, to build my vision and put it to place because I'm not going to talk to a computer. It's like when you reach out for tech support and you got the chatbot, right? A lot of people want to talk with an actual person. How many times you type in there,
Yeah.
live agent,
absolutely.
give me a live agent? Because the tech bot only has so many responses that it can give you. We want that relationship amongst the people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I threw this curveball here because as we develop technology, what actually took Blockbuster to stay behind and be completely consumed by Netflix because they didn't anticipate the shift on the behavior. I'm going to give you
Absolutely.
another example. If I come to the table here right now and I say, listen, I have a business proposition for all of you, right? And the business model is this. You all get a room in your house, you're going to list it online, and you're going to invite a stranger to sleep on it, and you charge for it. Would you come with me on that? You would say 10, 15 years ago, you out of your mind. All right. Oh, I'd say I have another job, another business model. You take your car and you invite a stranger to get a ride with, and then you pay for it. I say, are you out of your mind? I learned from my parents that I should never get a ride with the strangers. Right. So whoever anticipated that shift in the behavior that it is okay to invite someone, a stranger, to sleep on a bedroom in my house, or is it okay to get a ride with a stranger? So when we anticipate that and give them what they're looking for, and that's why I brought the fact that this huge number of local LLM adoption could be a sign that even with the security issues and everything else, there is a change in behavior, regardless of the opportunity. You can only embrace the opportunity when you understand what the customer wants. When you understand what the customer wants, you give them when they want. And then if they are ready to adopt, they will just take it. They don't care about your security. They don't care about your all technologies. No, the Opus 4.6 is so much more smart. Listen, I have my Mini Max here. I have my Gemma 27 billion parameter that responds really basic, but it works for me. That's what I don't see most of the companies they are planning for the next 12 months really taking this in consideration. Am I crazy, or should we pay attention on the level of adoption that is so huge the way it is?
I would like to clarify on that. So please, um, under my capacity, I'm under the education. So um, regardless of this industrial level, so you can freely adopt and download all the, and then
LLMs.
develop from scratch or maybe from middle way of the LLM and goes up based on the targeted consumer. But in terms of education, I believe majority of you have kids. We don't want your kids to use brand A and then different school of your neighborhood using brand B of the same subject or course. So that's why the standardization comes in COPTA. So the accreditation says that one of the important element is that to have an equal and similar standard equipment or software to be used nationwide.
Do you think that's possible?
Yes, because
I don't
that
think
where
it's the same thing as saying that let's standardize that the browser we're going to use is Chrome from now on. You're not going to use Safari. You're not going to use anything else. The standard is Chrome. So who's going to agree with that?
no, I'm not
No,
talking
the thing
about the
is here.
browser. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the AI
No,
tools.
just want to
Right, right,
clarify.
bro,
Just
we're
want
talking
to
about it
clarify.
too.
Just want to clarify. The question here is, it's not talking about the availability of different tools like Safari, Chrome,
Mm.
Mozilla
Yeah,
Firefox,
that's
or
browser.
whatever it is. But according to him, a browser must adhere to proper. If you are trying to do a transaction, a bank transaction, it must follow the HTTPS
The
security protocol,
standardization of the
the
framework.
protocols and everything.
Yeah,
Each and every browser needs to adapt. So
yeah,
what he
Okay.
was saying
that's
is,
the thing.
Okay.
any tools, a local LLM or ChatGPT or whatever AI tools, but all the AI tools must adhere the Malaysian education government requirements. Otherwise, they will cut down the license of the tool
Gotcha.
and the
Gotcha. So
availability.
so it's
Just
the
like
standardization
Chinese.
of the framework.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what are tools you use it, but all tools must adhere to the protocols and policies.
Okay, let me disclose this. It's not close, disclose. Okay, I'm overruled my moderator. Sorry.
No, I'm not about
Disclose. Okay. So for the government sector, I myself, for all the federal government official over there in Malaysia, so we adopted Gemini. So from the Google, no,
Yeah.
workspace.
Mhm.
So we adopted Google Gemini for all the official, I mean the officer to to speed up email reply and all that. So this is one of the things that I mentioned just now, standardize.
Oh, so you were talking about standardizing the processing, the
Yeah, because
software
that
that
is one of the
processes.
core element of accreditation.
Right.
Other than that, we don't have to do the accreditation because you can just use whatever you want. And how about the examiners? I mean the auditors. The auditors will come to your institution, I mean the university or college, and then they want to audit and they want to see one of the core element is that the standardization process. For example,
And
in this case, technical case, why you are using this and where is your syllabus? Okay, and then your syllabus says that you must use this based on this parameter, I mean the version and all that.
Mhm.
But there is no standardization. So to me, I got some experiences before as an auditor. So this is a very big problem, a red flag.
I completely agree with you. But what if This is me being the devil's advocate again, right?
Okay.
So what if the people are not really focused on that because that's the government job?
Yep.
They're focused on how can I be more free to be creative? And the way you rate me is not give me an A plus, or B plus, or whatever that is you rate me as a human that has the capability to create this that I just delivered to you that solves the problem. And you rate me by the level of the problem that I solved, and not how much retention I had from the system and framework that you delivered to me.
Mm.
You
Okay,
understand what people are
yeah.
looking for? The answer that they're looking for?
All right. I would like to piggyback on that. Remember yesterday I said that I will only give an A plus to my student if they can go beyond that. Remember? Yesterday I said number one and number two, and number three is very important.
Right, right.
Meaning to say that if let's say two out of my 10 students, so these two are so diligent, so very hardworking, so they got the outcome from the chat GPT or whatever tools,
Hmm.
and then they can validate, they can defend in front of me, because they have to be on the stage or maybe at the front of the class, and they have to present where they get the sources and all that, and which tool they are using based on the standard given in the syllabus, because
Hmm.
that one is going to be audited later on.
Hmm.
And I will only give an A plus if they can show the future works of what they are doing now. Meaning to say that
Understood.
innovation. Remember yesterday I said that innovate.
It takes us right back to human control, right? Because
Hmm.
you're designing the assessment.
Correct.
You're not just letting them plug in the answer into AI and
Yeah,
that's
and
the
they just submit
answer.
to me.
Right. So it goes into like in the school systems having oral examination. So they can plug everything into AI. And then how are you going to reflect on it to the teacher? You have to show a full understanding of the concept.
Hmm.
So again, it's bringing back that human control aspect to it. AI, again, is the tool, and the humans are developing themselves based off that tool.
We're developing the biggest uh, educational system using virtual reality and AI embedded into it to capture the data of the user actually, the student actually performing. So they come in, they put the glasses, they come into this spaceship and they study physics, gravity, all of that. The computer captures all of their interaction with it.
Right.
And the teacher is over there on the computer determining how much he's learning based on the pattern of the controls that he's touching.
Right. They
Right?
become the guide and the mentor for them.
Correct.
Exactly.
And then the teacher is guiding one thing, and then I think this is the secret for future of education
On
is
point.
the customization of the level of teaching for each student. Yesterday I talked about notebook LLM. I'm pretty sure everybody knows here, right? If you don't, but notebook LLM, then we use notebook LLM. There's not an API for that, but then we'll create an MCP that connects to the system to give the same functionality. And what's beautiful about is I had problems in school learning because the system was one size fits all. But when I go to Notebook LM, I put all my sources,
Mhm.
all my videos on the left side. Then I talk to that content. The content comes back, and I have buttons on the right hand side. I learn more by having a mind map. I click a button and it creates a mind map, right? I click a button, it creates a podcast because I consume more and I learn more by listening. I click a button, there is a PowerPoint presentation, there is a video. So there we go. And it customized, we have to wrap up. But
You personalize
That's
it to
only
the
I can
user.
give
personalized.
an A plus, because you mentioned about the
But
extension of
that
it.
is your job to give them the ability to have a tool that can customize at the time of the learning.
Yes.
Right? That's what we have to do. Here, student is available for you a tool that you customize the best way you retain information.
We do provide, because they have the final
Perfect.
year
We're all
project
going to
for
Malaysia.
1 year.
And
We're,
well, thank you,
Please do
thank you
come
so
to
much.
Malaysia.
Thank you so
thank you
much.
all.
Appreciate
Okay,
all of
thank
you.
you. Thank you
Uh,
so much.
thank you guys. guys are so gracious as to say, what can you facilitate?
All right, a big thank you to our panelists for that energizing discussion. Now, in our next discussion, we will be inviting Nicole Vaughn, the founder of Access AI and the Coding Collaborative. And then we will also be having Rob Stewart up to the stage. Let's give them a warm round of applause and welcome them both up to the stage here.
You can hand that to those two. Thank you.
Thank you. Test. Test 1, 2. All right, I think we're good to go. I mean, we are at a tech conference, so there's always going to be technical things, I guess.
How are you doing, Rob?
I'm great, Nicole. Thanks for joining. We're doing this as a kind of a on the fly here, so I guess we're going to be talking about challenges in owning tech companies, correct?
Yes. So we're both have a lot of engagement and expertise in founding and running companies, and so we're just going to have a little fireside chat to talk about challenges that we've encountered and some things that we've overcome.
So
And
what do you do, Nicole? Tell us everybody.
so I'm the founder of Access AI and Access IT, which is an organization that helps companies become accessibly compliant in the IT space. So we make sure that companies are infusing all of the requirements from the WCAG 2.0 AA compliance laws and regulations into their environment from a strategic perspective. And if they already have AI strategy in place, then we make sure that they stay compliant and don't incur fines.
And then to that point, do you do both the mobile application and?
So all technology has to be compliant. So your website, your mobile application, any tools or systems that are in place where for employees
Right.
that they, agents, models that you've deployed, any automation that's been deployed from soup to nuts, all technology in your space, internally and externally, we try and ensure that there's compliance there.
That's great. I'm Rob Stewart. I'm the CEO and founder of CR Equity AI. We do commercial and real estate direct lending utilizing AI and automation. So we basically take the time it takes for you to look at a deal. We can size it up and provide funding in real time to people that need it in small business. I guess I'll start off with a question for you. When you decided to get into Access AI and found it, what was the challenge you were trying to solve? I mean, I think as a founder, we always somehow stumble into business, but what was the thing that made you say, okay, I think this is a business model and I want to move forward with it?
Sure. So two things occurred in my life at the same time. First, my family owned a company. We ran a company for 30 years called
Right.
Commonwealth Computer Company. It was like $14 million a year company for our family. My father founded it. He passed away. I always say the day he passed was the day I became a full-time employee
Wow.
because I had my own company, but I transitioned quickly
Sure.
for him. and my mother. So my mother and I ran that company for the last 15 years,
Wow.
grew it from 5 million to 14 million, no
Wow.
debt, completely in the black.
Wow.
Mom decided she wanted to retire and she wanted a new life,
Yeah.
completely new life. And so we had to make a decision with that. We were selling hardware, software, and services to state, local government agencies and higher ed.
Sure.
Very, um, very well-oiled machine,
Sure.
employees. But I had to make a decision on whether I wanted to stay doing that or turn to something that would benefit the legacy of our family.
Oh, wow.
And so I have a special needs. I have two children, well, a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old.
Mhm.
But my 19-year-old is challenged with hearing impairment, vision impairment, speech impairment,
Wow.
but very full of life.
Of course.
And as I've, had the opportunity to trail alongside him in life, I realized that there are jobs available to people with challenges, but they tend to be segmented into food service or grocery. And people who are 19 and 20 now, challenged or not challenged, they were babies that have grown up with
Of
technology.
course.
You see them in the stores. They have devices at all times. And so I decided to start an organization where I could employ these adults in roles that were meaningful to them,
Right.
but also helpful. I didn't want it to be a charity. I didn't want it to be a nonprofit.
Right.
I wanted it to be a viable organization that was filling a gap in our world,
Right.
which is ensuring that people have this WCAG 2.0 AA compliance in their organizations. And if they don't, if they're not compliant, they will have fines that are way beyond what they would have paid us to actually do the testing or help them with their strategy.
That's
So
great.
that's our why.
Yeah, I think as a founder, and that story, and it's very hard for warming. Two things. Number one, you bore uh, out of having to make a decision to wind up a successful company, which is phenomenal. Doing that type of revenue, and then starting a new company, which is just another set of pain, right? To really provide a solution not only for people who are similarly situated to your children, but as parents, we want to always look out for our kids, but creating pathways for other people's children uh, is that's just wow. That it warms the heart for sure. I think for me, and just answering the question, the challenge that I was trying to face is that, and I don't want to make this a racial or sexist thing or anything like that, but I had this idea about starting a business, and I saw this challenge that I knew I could solve. And what was really frustrating was every bank that I went to, every lender, every investor, they always would say, "This is a great idea." One guy said, "It's a great hobby." And it's kind of demeaning a little bit. And every time you go in, you fill out the SBA 413 form. You fill out a 1003 application for credit or for finance, and you just go from bank to bank to bank, and you get turned down. And it's not, I had a 750 credit score, several $100,000 in the bank, retired military. I mean, on paper, I was a bankable person, but they didn't see the vision that I did in my business, right? And the thing that I want to just resonate with this audience is like, look, when you need financing, when you need capital in that 1 to 3 year period. You don't need capital in years 5 and 7. I've already ate ramen noodles and Hungry Man meals for 3 years to get to years 5 and 7. So I don't need you after I file a tax return. I'm actually paying Uncle Sam, right? I need you, but on paper, you, it's just this thing that says, okay, if you're not 2 years in business, you're just a hobby kind of thing, right? So the challenge that we attempt to solve is very transparent, right? So we have a scalable model that allows businesses at different stages to secure financing and capital, unsecured capital, based on where their idea, their dream, their business, and be able to scale that up. Everything from 25 to $50,000 like grant seed money from the CDC. There's the community development corporations that give funding, all the way up to your 7A SBA 5.5, $10 million lines of credit, right? And the cool thing about what our platform does is it takes out the implicit bias. It doesn't matter if you're a female, a male, non-binary, whatever. Our AI does the underwriting, and we pair you with lenders, investors, whoever not, that are looking to deploy capital. And believe it or not, in starting this, I found out that there was like something to the neighborhood of over $70 billion of capital that has been sitting on the sidelines waiting for deployment. But it was one of those things where it was just this dark black hole that nobody ever wanted to shine a light on. And we've created great opportunities for people who otherwise wouldn't have had those opportunities.
So, Rob, I love the term that you're using, deployable. Deployable.
Yeah.
How does your system, how does your solution help determine whether or not we are viable if we're under 2 years of operation?
We make the barrier of entry very low, right? So what we have done is we've taken underwriting criteria from uh, almost 300 different institutions, and we've broken them down to the lowest possible level. And depending on where you're at in the company, will determine, what you're eligible for. Now, some business owners want to swing for the fence and they want $1 million of capital, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to show, number one, that you need that. Number two, you can pay it back. So there's always a struggle there, right? But what we do is we have a conversation. We break down exactly what your sources and uses are of the capital, and then we'll structure it in a way where you may have multiple investors that are involved in the funding round to get you what you need. Because one of the things about us is we always try to go to that one solution. We want to go to this one bank or this one thing. We want to get this $500,000. We just want to be done with it. What we've done is we've broken that down to say, okay, you may need to start off and get a $25,000 grant from a CDC. There may be a need to be a 7A SBA $50,000 express loan. We may need to go get a line of credit from a community bank, and that all comes together to be 200 grand. But it may be 3 different investors, but we simplify that because we only make you fill out one application.
That's huge. That's huge. You've
So
streamlined a lot of red tape for small business, for sure. So, what's the difference for those that are listening between the grant and the requirements
right,
versus a line of credit? Everybody knows loan,
right,
right?
right.
But a grant versus line of credit.
Yeah, I mean, so grants typically are at they come in different forms, right? But the simplest element of a different funding requirement for a grant is typically just at the lowest level is at your local or community, right? States, local municipalities, local governments, education organizations, NGOs, and everything. They'll offer a grant, and they have a challenge that they're trying to solve, right? And there is either a lack of resources internally to that organization where they're saying, hey, you know what, we want to solve this problem, and we're willing to give this small business $30,000 so long as they're able to furnish a report or provide us with data or whatever the outcome is. And it's I wouldn't say it's free money because it does come with requirements, but there's not an obligation to pay it back so long as you fulfill what they need.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so, with this, it sounds like the people who we typically see as the customer, people coming to you to input their data to find funding,
Sure.
how are you actually being funded? How are you getting paid?
Yeah.
Who is
So
your real customer?
yeah. So one of the things that in my business, there's just a lot of scoundrels out there. We've learned it where people charge these absorbent fees to businesses and to investors to find them money or whatever. So we have what's called LSAs, which is lending services agreements with all of our institutional business partners. So our fees are like baked into whatever you take, and we've actually gone a step further than that. Like on the line of credits and stuff, some of our lines of credits are, they start at 25,000, they can go all the way up to $5 million. We actually, so for example, we may get paid 2% on a funding instrument, right?
Mm-hmm.
That instrument may be $1 million, right? If it's a line of credit, we're only going to take 2% of whatever you draw down. So
Okay.
you're not going to be saddled with a $20,000 bill right, for just accepting $1 million line of credit because you may have that line of credit. You may not need to deploy that for 6 months because you're in the process of hiring several people. The project hasn't started, whatever, you haven't gotten that equipment. So you only pay it as you use it. And what we've found is that people are very happy to pay on performance,
Yes.
right? People are very happy to pay generous commissions and whatever not once you provide them with value, right? And the cool thing about us, Nicole, is that um, we're just not like a one-stop shop, one-trick pony. We love the maturation of, hey, we have this business that has kind of a concept. They've only been in business a year and a day, and now they got this huge order and they need, this $150,000, and then they come back 6 months later and now they need a equipment line of credit or whatever else, or need a fleet vehicle purchase line or whatever it is. We're able to provide that and tier that financing, what we call structured finance, based on where they are in their business.
That's really interesting. I'm particularly interested in hearing you talk about the line of credit because I've had experience where we've had to put forth our own capital
Sure.
to be able to apply and then receive lines of credit.
Yep.
And it sounds like you remove some of that barrier through this process.
Yeah, it really, so it depends on your relationship. I'll give you a couple of prudent examples. So you have secured and you have unsecured debt. Secured is there's some collateral that says in the event that you don't do what you're supposed to do, you forget to pay us, whatever, we're going to come and we're going to take something in order to offset losses, right? Unsecured is basically based on track record, financials, and your signature. Um, the terms of unsecured versus secured, generally is a higher inherent risk. So the interest rates is steeper than that of secured, but it also allows a lot of flexibility too, right? Which what I mean is that like some of our unsecured capital, we can fund 250, $500,000 in 4 to 5 hours. The cost of capital is pretty expensive depending on who you are, where your risk is, and everything else. But if you have to pay payroll or lose 70 of your top AI engineers or whatever, and it's Thursday night and that order didn't come through and you're waiting for it, and you got to make payroll on Friday, which we get this a lot, Nicole. We get this situation all the time. I had a barber shop, believe it or not, it was a barber shop, really nice gentleman. Um, he had to pay his folks. It was Thursday night. The thing that he was waiting on to get paid didn't come through. He needed $10,000. We were able to fast track his application. He applied 8:30 in the morning, and by 2:30, 3 o'clock that afternoon, we were able to send him 12 grand. And it allowed him to keep people employed in a shop until he got paid the next week or whatever. So we we pivot and provide solutions based on what the client needs, right? And we walked away with transactions and say, you know what, um, Nicole, I would love to be able to do this deal for you, but it's gonna be very expensive. However, here is a community banker that I've worked with in the past. It's going to take them a little bit longer. We don't have a relationship to do your deal with us, but they will take care of you. So we also do things like that as well.
That's good. We are out of time. Just a quick wrap up. To find me, I'm Nicole Vaughn at Access AI. So it's really easy. www.accessai.ai. How do we find you, Rob?
CREquity.ai. So Charlie Romeo Equity.ai.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys.
All right. What an insightful discussion. Thank you to our previous speakers for sharing such forward thinking strategies. Now, let's turn our attention to a topic that is reshaping how we interact with technology. How do humans and AI truly connect? And what does it mean when these relationships begin to influence decisions, emotions, and daily life? Are we prepared for the new dynamics that come with intelligent companions? In our next session, ready or not, here they come human AI relationships. A panel of experts will explore the emerging world of human AI interactions, unpacking the opportunities, challenges, and ethical considerations of these evolving bonds. Get ready for real world examples, insights on social implications and guidance for navigating this uncharted territory. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage for an engaging conversation on the future of human AI connections. Coming up, we have Dr. Tamara Nall, founder and board chair at Rally AI LLC. We also have Brandon Sapsera, the CEO and co founder of Mission Multi Capital. We also have Dr. James Rogers, CEO of the Diversity Coach. Then we also have Engshul Garg, head of product at Amazon. We also have Paul W. Dyer, CEO of Whole Life Health. And then we also have, and I apologize if I'm saying this incorrectly, Devaraj Parthasarathi, who is the vice president. He does engineering and CESIT. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Welcome them all to the stage, and I will let them take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. And let me go ahead and say thank you to our panelists for being here, gentlemen. I appreciate it. So, as I mentioned in my keynote earlier, artificial intelligence is no longer just a tool. Our goal in this panel is to explore this shift from multiple perspectives, and I'm really excited, and you will be too. Rather than one single viewpoint, each of our panelists brings expertise from a different domain. Today, we will explore several key dimensions of this emerging reality. How machine learning technology is shaping the next generation of systems we interact with. How workplace dynamics are changing with the advent of non-human agents. What effective human AI partnerships at scale look like. The importance of emotional resilience and risk, and even AI activism. So we're going to start. I'm going to ask questions, and then each panel a question, and then we'll open it up for discussion. Dr. Rogers and I, raise your hand, Dr. Rogers. He and I had to arm wrestle earlier because I said I had already done a keynote on human AI relationships, you know, from your companion to your best friend. You got outvoted though. Yes, I'm going to do 1 minute of it. And so for those of you who did not participate in the keynote, we just finished our Human AI Connections 2026 survey. And there were some interesting statistics that came out of that. But my research body of work is really around human AI relationships from your best friend all the way to your romantic partner and your spouse, of which some people have intimate relationship with. And some of the statistics quickly that came out of it was about 67% of adults in the U.S. actually interact with AI quite often. Over 40% interact multiple times a day. 40% of respondents actually have names for their AI companions. Mine is Da Vinci. We have Dr. Paul's Bob. Yep, has Bob. We've heard Gigi, Gina, it runs the gamut. But the one statistic that I want to leave you with is that 2% of US adults who engage with AI consider themselves in a romantic relationship with their AI companion. So while that might seem small for some people, if you extrapolate that globally, it actually does lead to millions of people. So that's my little 1 minute to 2 minutes, and but we're done here, folks.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming. You get home safe.
So we're gonna go. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna moderate now. But we're gonna start with you, Brandon. So you've spent time working at Waymo.
Yes.
Google's self-driving car company. How did that early experience interacting with machine learning technology shape your thoughts on AI?
Yeah. So thank you for that lovely intro. I think that to kind of start from the beginning, I started at the company and I knew coming into the role that I was going to be basically boxing myself out of a job, right? And they brought us through the training and everything, and I thought, oh, this is really cool. Like, I'm going to teach these robotic vehicles how to drive better. You know, they're going to be learning from us. And you know, once I got more into the role, I realized all I'm doing is literally like setting up this machine, getting it onto the map, putting the program, and then running it. And then the car, I'm just sitting there, and there's no inputs. I'm like, this isn't what I thought I'd signed up for. You know, like the machine was already at level 3, so it was like level 1 to 5, 5 being fully autonomous. So they were already about a level 3. And what I eventually realized was I'm sitting here, I thought I was going to be the teacher, right? But I'm actually the learner observer just sitting here, and I'm learning and observing how to drive better because my driving habits have gotten so bad for 30 plus years, you know, that now I'm actually just becoming a better driver by observing. So it was very interesting for me in that regard because I had this assumption coming in that it was going to be this and then it was that. So I think it's really important with this technology to really understand and be like intentional about how we're using it and what we're using it for. And then it kind of for me, it comes back to like principles. Then it's like, okay, how do I raise my game, right? How do I level my game up? How do I think bigger, but how do I also like tame that back and really be intentional about what I'm using it for?
Right.
I'm
No.
using it for good, right?
Right. Yeah, no, and that's amazing because you do find that there are a lot of founders who start companies, develop a product, and it's like, oh, I want to make money. Oh, there's this gap. But they don't start with their core values and their mission so that they can develop
Right.
ethical AI tools.
And that's what got me, and I'll be really succinct here, but that's what got me interested in what I'm trying to do next, which is build a donor advised fund in a 501c3 that can actually like be sort of, I hate to use the term think tank, but more of like an advisory board for NGOs.
Hey, I'm in think tank.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can use it.
Okay. So NGOs and non-NGOs, but really like how do we bring the human influence into this? And how do we bring principles and ethical reasoning into these decisions so that things don't go off the rails?
Right.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Dr. Rogers, moving on to you. So you were one of the first to suggest we are facing a new inflection point in workplace dynamics with the advent of non-human AI agents. What triggered that thinking for you?
So a little background, I've been known as the diversity coach for about 35, 36 years. My work is in diversity management. The diversity movement actually started because of an inflection point in the workplace. Most people didn't realize that, but the diversity movement was started because there was a study that said that the new entrants to the workplace would be non-traditional people, gay and lesbian folks, immigrants, women,
Older.
ageism,
Yeah.
ableism, and so forth. And that meant that the majority of people were going to be not like the folks that we've been managing before. So that required a new focus on management skills. The word diversity, by the way, does not mean male, female, black, white, gay, straight. It means the collective mix. It has always meant the collective mix. So at that time, the inflection point was the collective mix was going to change. So it occurred to me recently, a couple of years ago, that we're about to face another inflection point because we came up with the solution to the first one, the different archetypes of humans. Now we're faced with a new inflection point where we're going to have people in the workplace who are both biological and non-biological. And now managers have got to figure out how do I corral all of that energy and all of that talent so that we continue to get world-class results. And so 2 years ago, I put this out on LinkedIn, AI, the new diversity mix. And that was one of the things that I think triggered a lot of conversations around what do we do when we have agents that are non-human in the workplace, and how do we manage that, especially the emotional toll of people falling in love with these non-biological things. That's kind of a challenge.
But it's real.
You know, after today, I think it's going to be more than 2%.
You think it's going to be more than 2%?
After today, I think it's going to spike to like 5%.
Well, I think the more we have conversations, the more people are willing to admit
See?
that they're in the relationships, that they're in the relationships. But Dr. Rogers, just as a follow-up, do you have an example of a company or an entity that serves as a best practice for integrating them?
Interesting enough, 40 years later, I don't have a company that's best practice in human diversity.
Wow.
It's tough. It's tough for us to make that transition of understanding here's what we were, here's where we are, and will be. We've got to make the adjustments. We hold on. We got a process I call lapsing back to natural. We can change or transform for a little while, but the minute we take the eye off the ball, we lapse back to our old thinking.
What's comfortable.
Yeah.
What's comfortable. Now, Anshul, to you, when we're talking about these deployments at scale, With massive AI adoption across organizations, from chatbots to automated decision making to daily productivity tools, what does a successful human AI partnership actually look like when you're talking about at scale?
Yeah, yeah. And interestingly, throughout the day and yesterday, we were all talking about how AI has come into our day-to-day lives. As you mentioned, like especially in the work life, where we are in some ways we are forced to adopt because that's the way to go. But like just a quick background of my work. So I'm part of Amazon as a principal product manager and head of product, and my teams build systems and products to help our vendors provide funding for Amazon services like damages, marketing, promotions, and it's a massive business. It's a 40 billion business worldwide, and it's a key profitability lever for Amazon as well as a channel for vendors to grow their business. And right now,
Did you say financing?
for promoting or for growing their business.
Oh,
So
okay, got it.
the vendors fund their services and provide funding to Amazon
Got
for
it.
these services.
Yes.
And right now, our focus is to build agentic AI workflows to reimagine this experience and improve the billing experience for our vendors. And the biggest challenge at this point is to how to adopt these AI services. The question that we are addressing aggressively and right now is that is it AI versus human or is it AI plus humans? And the way we are looking for this approach and the way we are approaching this is not the first one. It's the latter one where we are looking for AI plus human adoption and how we can measure that outcome together. Because ultimately, it's going to be that collaborative approach. It's not going to be one versus another. That's not sustainable. That's not going to be acceptable for us for any system, as we have seen through our early adoption. So the way we are looking for it is to build that trust, build that transparency between AI and humans, so they can both collaborate and work together. One of the way we are building this is, and the building this transparency is to make sure that these AI systems that we are building to enhance our own productivity is to make them explain their decisions. So the one of the ways where we can build this trust, where we can build this transparency, is to build the systems in a way where they can explain their decisions to humans, because that's the only way humans can understand why the decision is made, and then based on that they can bring their own context and then verify that decision is right or maybe something has to be improved. And that's the only way that we can scale our systems. So at the enterprise level at Amazon, we are taking this approach. The human AI relationship for us is collaborative.
Yeah.
And that's the way we think it'll go in future.
That's amazing. And two thoughts around that is, with the human plus AI, I always tell people AI can't be the only person in the room. There always has to be a human. And I love the focus on it explaining how it got to the result that it did, because historically, as we all know, you get the result and it's like a black box, right? And you then have to ask, but then even then you might not get the answer of how we got there.
Right.
So
And the problem with this black box is, and for both our internal customers and external customers, either they accept the black box as point blank and take that decision whether it's right or wrong, which is dangerous
very
long term,
yeah.
or they question it and they discard that decision, which is then totally unproductive.
Yeah.
And both ways is wrong. So we have to make sure that first the systems can explain their reasoning, and us as humans we can understand and then build on top of it.
Awesome. Love that.
Maybe I should have asked ChatGPT the other day to explain itself instead of just saying it was wrong, because I did that and maybe.
Right. You were talking about that.
And you got upset, didn't you?
No, I think it got upset at me, but normally I'm nicer.
It apologizes.
Right.
Yeah. Normally I'm nicer. It's just that
It says the wrong things.
that particular day I didn't have time. I was like, no, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
I just like went
I'm
on to the next
expert
one.
here. Right. Dr. Dyer, moving on to you. How will we keep our human brilliance in the AI world?
I think that's a great question. And what Dr. Rogers was saying is that he had saw this forecoming anyway. And one of the things, so my little bit of background is I'm a theoretical physicist and I'm a neuroscientist. So I had designed the mathematic and the neural process of where to put AI into the brain so it helps filter. And I was told by tech people years ago that, hey, DP, that we're not there yet. AI is not that small yet because I don't want it to be a chip. I don't want people to put things into you. I want AI to be human with AI. So just what Ashur was saying, so I had already written that process already for the Neuralink. It's different than the Neuralink again when they insert the little chip into it. Again, this is something that AI is going to be human connected with you, not something that is outside of you that it's being inputted into you. So because I knew AI was going to be part of your consciousness state, right? Because as far as neuroscientists, we've always been talking about what's consciousness, and I think we're going to see consciousness emerge with human and AI together, because it's instead of AI telling humans and humans telling AI, I think that collaboration is going to it is existing, but it's going to have to exist if we're going to further humanity in a humanistic way. Because if you take the human out of, if you take the humans out of the way, then 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 we have our TV running us, right? Oh, I see that you're home. Do you want your coffee now? Don't tell me I want my coffee now. I decide I want tea. So stop brooming, right? So I think as long as we keep, and when you had said something, Tamara, about um, the morality and the ethics issue, we can't legislate morality. We can't legislate ethics.
Either have it or you don't.
Right, you either have it or you don't. So, however you're going to use your association with AI, I hope it's used with compassionate kindness and
Yeah.
safety and care for humanity. And if you have to ask yourself, am I doing that? Then your answer is no, right? So, I hope that did
Yeah.
that.
Now, one other question for you, because I know one of your areas of focus is around AI activism.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us what that is? And then along those lines, will AI take over the activism in an unjust world?
Right, because so I'm a human rights activist, so I'm out there. If it's unjust, we have to be physically viable to understand what's the unjust. Understand, like my friend, we were talking about last night. Um, we were talking about global warming. It AI didn't have to tell us what global warming is. The facts are there. We've been talking about the facts for the last 20, 30 plus years. So if you have to ask AI, how do I stop global warming? That's not going to help you. So AI is not going to help with your activism. You can ask AI, how can I better help activate and be active to stop global warming? And they can give you, but we're still inputting the information how AI is going to respond to us, because everyone has to respond and put in their information so AI can learn and help us be again human and AI with it, because we still need people out there. I don't understand. AI is never going to hold that sign for you saying that this is unjust. AI is never going to tell the leader that's in the leadership room saying, the contracts you gave them, it's messed up. This is kind of wacky. You should pay the AI. Is not going to be like you. Even if AI told me you should pay them, we'll be like, as a collective founders group, no, we're not going to do that. So we still need people to be active and be in activism, even with AI. So I hope we never remove that. We can never remove that component out of it. I don't care if we're in an automated self-autonomous car. We can just think better, because I would love a self-autonomous car, because that's all I do is thinking right.
Right. Okay.
I was just going to add to that, like the problem that we got into with the autonomous driving is like you've built this system on top of a roadway system that already exists. It's a rules-based system, right?
Right.
But what does the computer decide from an ethical standpoint when it has to run off of the road from an oncoming vehicle to miss that collision, and you have to either run into a boy, I'm just throwing this out, or an old man, right?
Right.
Like a young boy, or like how do you make that decision, and how do you build that into the actual framework? So this was a topic that was discussed that there was just no answer for, and it was like, well, who's out here solving this problem? Right?
No one, and the answer is no one's
Just
out
like-
there solving this problem
Yeah.
because no one's willing to take
The
the
risk.
financial risk.
The risk. It's the
That's
risk.
all that's really why it is.
yeah.
They're not willing to take the financial risk. So we as humans are then put in harm's way.
Right. And then, like, I spent a lot of time working with lawyers and whatnot over the last few years, and now that I've like worked with a lot of legal people, I ask them some questions sometimes just to like get their inputs and bounce stuff off of them. And I realize like they're so busy handling all the clients and reacting to all the legal cases that they're supposed to advise the law, right? And they have influence to advise the law in these ethical cases, but they don't have time. And you can't go ask a lawyer to do that. They're not going to do that. So we need these sort of like organizations that can come and be third parties that are representing people and our interests in AI, I think is what.
So, in just a curious question. So if your autonomous car goes and hits and the driver didn't do anything, who will be penalized?
Yeah, that's a great question.
They would probably sue the company.
I don't know. Yeah, and then there's a whole
I
protocol.
don't know.
Yeah.
You want to penalize the driver
there's a
or
whole
the
the
creator
person in
of
the
that
car.
company
Yeah.
or person in the car?
Well, at the end of the day, we had and I guess I can talk about this because I'm not working there anymore, but we had a bond basically that would pay out.
Yeah.
That the driver was a bond, had like a bond, like an insurance bond on the driver. So it would just depend on who was at fault, and then does the bond pay out or does the company pay out, right? It's an insurance claim at the end of the day. So it's going to get convoluted
really go
somewhere.
further,
Yeah.
You would hope that AI would be able to predict that there would be two people there and stop it before it happens. But
No, AI is going to just tell you how much you're just going to get sued.
they'll do that too. Bob would definitely do that too. All right, Devaraj. So my question to you has multiple layers. Okay. So are we over romanticizing AI? Is human plus AI relation going to create and I'm doing quote dumb, not my word, generation? And how do we draw the line and how do we prevent people from outsourcing emotional resilience to machines?
Okay. Many questions. First, are we over romanticizing AI and humans? My answer is, or my view is yes.
Okay.
It's like we started too much talking about AI, loving AI, calling everything AI. Even if you want to buy a tomato, you want to start asking is it an AI tomato?
Okay.
So, we are doing that. And how is the relationship going on between humans and AI? Before going inside that, let's understand how humans and AI, we try to differentiate them. How do you generally gauge a person, human? You call it IQ, you call it EQ, SQ, right? His IQ is very good, his EQ is very good, his SQ is very good. What happens now? The IQ, intelligent questions.
Yeah, but can he dance?
That's true. The cognitive overload is now given to the AI. So slowly, as you were saying, right? Soon, whoever is driving the self or autonomous cars, actually I should not mention, but one of my bosses, I was asking him, okay, can you now drive normal Ford or Toyota? He said, no way, because he got used to it.
Right.
Yeah.
So the cognitive overload is now given. So IQ is reducing with humans. Next is the EQ. As you are saying, everyone started having romance with AI. Okay, so that's the main difference between humans and AI, right? AI fakes emotions. Humans feel emotions. If we don't understand this difference, slowly we will start believing that that fake emotion is the feeling of emotion. So there is a thin line between that. And then next important thing is the SQ, social questions. Now I see in my own home, my kids are sitting and then talking to the AI. They're sitting nearby, they're not talking. The FaceTime has reduced because you have all emotional companionship. You want to put your emotions there, not thinking that it's just a pattern match and then talking to you back.
Now, what's the difference between their chatting with their chat GPT and just playing video games or some tech
that's a beautiful question. Okay, even the video games addiction, whatever in our age and all those things, we called it as instant gratification syndrome. That is, they are very happy getting something quicker. So now they started believing it blindly, which is a very serious thing. When I started telling something to my kid, he's in 8th grade, he said, ChatGPT tell me like this. It was telling something else. I asked, okay, you believe me or ChatGPT? He said, no, I want a reasoning. I said, that's the question that you need to ask. Don't believe everyone. That there is a saying in Tamil, எப்பொருள் யாராய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. That is, whatever you are hearing from any source, you need to make sure it is truth or not.
I want to add to that because as a neuroscientist, like the plesiocentric part of the brain and that what they're talking about, the brain doesn't know where it's getting its information. Doesn't know if it's coming from agios or it doesn't. It doesn't know. It just knows it's getting information from its five senses and then its sixth sense. So it doesn't say, oh, it's from this person, it's from this TV. It's getting this from this environment. So if you have an uncontrolled environment and then an AI is controlling your environment, then how are you sourcing this information? How you regulate it? And especially, you become unaware of your own personal thoughts.
And beautifully, I mean, when we were kids, we used to have values, right? Our elders teach us a lot of values. First thing they say is, don't tell lies. The guy is telling lies. Be careful with him. Today, all the LLMs say that it may lie, but still we believe it.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So we should cultivate humans to say that whether the LLM says or somebody else says, identify what is true, what is
But
fake.
it's not, Dr. Rogers, you wanted to say something, and then we'll turn it out. If you have questions, we'll ask them from there, because I don't think we have.
So I told Deborah I was really glad that he joined the panel because I love this question. I have found that I'm a technologist, right? I found that we get so fascinated with technology that we lose perspective. And so I think it's really important for us, all of us, from our different points of view, to really help the world gain perspective about AI. AI, one of the things that we say in diversity, they ain't like us. Well, AI ain't like us. It's not human. They are not human. And no matter how many human attributes that we put on AI, they ain't like us. So one of the things that I try to remind people is that what we're calling AI now ain't new. AI ain't new technology.
Right.
It's just improved technology.
Yeah.
Our chips are faster. They have higher capacity than we had a couple of years ago. But it's not new technology. And we don't gain that perspective, we will start fantasizing and romanticizing this new capability, which is just a new capability, not a new technology. And the thing that we have to do is to understand whenever new technology comes along, there is a pattern of adoption.
Yes.
And what we do, if we look at the pattern of adoption, we should say, okay, we got some new capabilities now. 2 years from now, what we're doing now will look obsolete. I've been watching technology for 40 years and I've been following, and every time we get to, oh man, this is the thing. Well, the thing looks like 50 years old 2 years from now.
Right.
So we have to gain perspective, and it's part of our job, the panelists up here, to try to help people to gain perspective about this thing that we're calling the savior of the world. I work in productivity. And one of the things that people are saying is, well, productivity is going down for the first time in the 50 years, but AI is going to save us.
Yeah.
AI is not going to save you. I have this process. I tell, okay, turn on your computer, log on to ChatGPT or Gemini or any of them, and then say go. What do you think will happen? Nothing.
Sorry, what do you mean by go?
Nothing.
Danger, Will Robertson, danger.
These things don't do anything except what we train them and teach them to do. And if we lose sight of that, we start using all these terms a lot about inference and intelligence and consciousness. They don't have consciousness. They don't. So we have to gain that perspective and realize this is a tool. It's helpful, but it ain't like us.
It ain't like us.
Yep.
Let's open it up now.
I do want to add really one quick because he says AI is not new, and if anyone ever watched the old sitcom show Lost in Space, that robot kept them lost, so it didn't do all that good of a job.
It's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, right? The Wizard of Oz is that sphere. AI is like Oz, except the guy behind the curtain is also a machine. It's like.
I watched that yesterday at Sphere. So.
Nice.
Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments?
None? That's amazing.
Awesome.
I mean, that means that we were just that great.
Yeah.
It was.
So I have a question for the audience.
Okay.
So the question is how will AI affect you if it wasn't here? would you go backwards or would you still push forward with whatever you're doing?
I personally would still push forward, but I wouldn't
She's
get
got
as
an
much
answer.
sleep.
Who's
Go
got
ahead.
an
Who is
answer?
that?
She raised her hand.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
I think about it like this, like we existed before Google came along, right? And we were just all kind of not knowing and going through this process of not knowing, and we were okay with that, right? And we were just all dumb together. And now it's like, yeah, okay.
Right, it's connected. But it's technology.
It's like in the infrastructure. It's like embedded in the infrastructure then. Yeah, that's interesting. It's like electricity.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like electricity essentially, like if you think about it that way.
I
Yeah,
think that was a great question.
yeah, that was a good point.
Well, thank you everyone for attending. Based on the question and the dialogue, it gives me hope for the future of AI, particularly when it comes to human connection
Yeah.
across everybody's different areas. So, thank you again to our panelists, and
Thank you for moderating.
Oh,
Thank you for
You did a
absolutely.
great job. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, everybody, we'll be regrouping in about 5 minutes or so. So if you want to take this time to network, go to the restroom, take a quick break, we'll be regrouping in just a few minutes for the next speakers. Thank you. All right, wrapping up today's amazing lineup, we thank the panelists for their insights into human AI relationships that we just previously heard about. Now, turning our focus to critical topic in tech leadership, we see that female founders continue to face unique challenges despite driving some of the most innovative startups. How can they break through bias, secure funding, and scale their ventures in a male dominated landscape? This final session of the day, Women Entrepreneurs in Tech Challenges and Opportunities, brings together trailblazers who have navigated through hurdles. Are you ready to hear about real world strategies, lessons learned, and approaches that empower women to thrive and lead in technology? Let's give a warm welcome to our inspiring panelists as they take the stage for this important and energizing conversation. Please put your hands together for Cynthia Apia. All right, I got it right the first time. CEO and CMO of Beauty Tech. We also have Sabina Ayanger. Hopefully I said that correctly. All right, CEO and founder of Integrated Growth Marketing Services. We also have Stacy Gurkey. All right, let's welcome her up to the stage. And then we also have Amrita Mishra, the head of partnerships and engagement at Women in Tech Singapore chapter. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Adriana Vadillo, founder and CEO of Global Computing. All right, let's give them a round of applause and I will let them take over.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start standing and then I might head over next to you if we need. Okay. So I wanted to thank everybody for joining us today. And I know that we have people online also as we are streaming. So thanks for joining us. My name is Sabina Iyengar, and I am CEO and founder of Integrated Growth Marketing Services. I started the company to help organizations think more holistically about growth marketing through full funnel strategies and not just lead generation. Over the past 2 years, I have built IGMS working with late stage SaaS startups as a fractional leader, stepping into executive environments and helping teams rethink how they approach growth marketing and demand. The biggest shift that I have had to make is going between corporate and becoming a woman entrepreneur in tech. A lot of what I've learned through that journey is what I capture in my book, and I have a few copies. It's called A Maze of Choices, An Entrepreneur's Guide to Getting Started. And it's how women leaders navigate uncertainty and make decisions without a clear playbook. To set the stage, today, women make up only about 26 to 28% of the global tech workforce, despite being nearly half of the overall workforce. This gap becomes even more pronounced at the leadership level, where we have only about 17% in the CEO seat. Nearly 50% of women in the tech report experiencing bias and discrimination, and over 80% say they feel they have to prove themselves more than their peers. So today isn't about just general advice. It's about real decisions, trade-offs, and opportunities that shape how we build and lead in tech. I am so honored to be on stage with these amazing women here, and I'm going to go ahead and get them to introduce themselves, and we will get this conversation started. So let's start with you, Cynthia.
Thank you, Sabina.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for doing an amazing job bringing together global leaders. It's very inspiring. My name is Cynthia Pia, and I'm known as the world's #1 digital diva. I am a systems architect and the one and only original STEM OG. I'll get to that story later on. But I am the CEO and founder of Beauty From Within Coaching and Consulting and Beauty Tech. My brands are not businesses. They are an interconnected empowerment tech ecosystem. We utilize AI, artificial intelligence, and AR, augmented reality, to create brand assets for brands. Our vertical is the beauty and healthcare industries.
So currently we are engineering our 2 proprietary engines, Rita AI, which is our agentic empowerment brain, Prism AR, which uses spatial intelligence and appearance-based behavioral health intervention for our vehicle.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you, Cynthia. Hi, so I'm Stacy Gerke. I'm actually a professor at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida, and I teach game business and esports strategic marketing. So to summarize, what I do is I teach the business of gaming. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and the importance of it cannot be overstated, where we need to shift the mindset that has previously been that gamers are a certain kind of personality and a certain type of demographic, and everyone is actually a gamer. So I like to tell people that my mom, who is in her 80s, is actually a gamer because she will sit and play Candy Crush while she is waiting for her doctor's appointments or just hanging out in general at her house. That's a gamer. So in order to do that, we need to better understand our audiences and we need to better understand what motivates them to get into this space in the first place. So with that, Full Sail University has kind of enabled me to be here today and to ensure that I represent women in technology amongst these beautiful ladies here with me today and talk to you guys more about how we can shift the mindsets of women in technology and gaming spaces as well to really bring people up to speed on how it can be incorporated. With that, to kind of touch on what Cynthia had said about her AI programs that she is helping to develop, we have a ton of AI programs within Full Sail University. And our objective is not to ignore AI, but to lean into it, embrace it, understand it better, and educate our students to use it the right way. Yeah. So with that, of course, we want to make sure that women are brought to the table with that and that they are hopefully countermeasuring that 17% of women in leadership eventually with their degrees and their career trajectory. So that's me, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Awesome.
Thanks, Stacy.
Yeah.
So my name is Amrita Mishra, and I have come here all the way from Singapore.
Wow.
So I lead the Women in Tech Global Movement, the Singapore chapter, as the country director. Very recently, I took up the position, but I founded the chapter with 2 other amazing women about 2.5 years ago. So what led to this journey? And I want to share this because it's a very interesting conversation and complements to the statistics that you mentioned. So about 4 years back, when I moved to consulting, and I'm a tech consultant by profession, I had to just coordinate a conference, and I realized everybody who walked into the conference, the majority were men, right? So every table had maybe one woman here and there, coordinating something in the corner and bringing the conversation, trying to bring the conversation alive, but being shunned away because men were taking the upper hand and the leading the conversation. And that got me thinking as to what's happening here and why are there so few women, even though there are so many women who come out of the universities and taking the degrees. And that's when I did some research and I stumbled upon the Women in Tech Global Movement, which is headquartered in Paris. And I began the journey of starting the chapter in Singapore. Because though Singapore is a developed country, we still see biases and we still have the problem of not enough women representation in the leadership as well as in the workforce. So here I am trying to make a difference in a non-profit way, because mine is not a business but a voluntary work, because we want to make sure we are empowering women, and globally we have a target of empowering 5 million women by 2030. So yes, it's a large target, and we don't charge anything, we don't pay for anything. It's just word of mouth, and we're trying to get as much help as possible in order to make those differences. So hopefully by 2030, we'll see that number move across to a much larger proportion. And we want to make sure that the women are represented in the leadership the right way. So I'm very honored here to be here in front of all of you and with these amazing women who prove that women can handle very senior leadership.
Yes.
So
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Adriana.
So thank you everybody for having me here. My name is Adriana Vadillo. I am the CEO and founder of Global Computing, a Mexican company with 27 years of experience, which distributes technical and scientific software products for academia, research, government institutions, and the industry. We have been considered a success case in Latin America because we positioned an algebraic and symbolic calculation product called Mathematica in almost all private and public universities in Mexico. Because of this very important legacy that we left in the market, myself was granted with some scholarships to study my MBA, like in very important universities like Cornell, Ivy League University, and Holt International Business School. I am currently working with the United Nations in the AI forums for developing countries so that we help developing countries not to be left behind. And we had this important work that we have been doing in our country. We considered ourselves a facilitator, as a helping hand, because we have been collaborating with our country in the most important technology projects within basically the government. Because we like it or not, the most important motor of the economies in Latin America is the government. So it is a honor for me to be participating with this wonderful woman and explaining a little bit of our experiences of how difficult it has been overcoming challenges, and also about the opportunities we find in this woman entrepreneurship. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Wonderful. So, and this brings us to kind of, and Amrita, you kind of touched upon this a little bit already, but really, what was the key decision that shaped your path into becoming a woman entrepreneur, or to take a different path from what you had previously done? I know a lot of us have lived different lives, and in different, technologies and in different areas. So, let's start with you, Adriana, on this and come back this way as to kind of what was your, pivotal point of starting something on your own?
Well, I think that for me, it was not like exactly my decision, but I think that life threw me that way because, for example, I studied in the number one private university in Mexico. So it would be common that I would have follow my path in the corporate world. And my first job was at Microsoft in Mexico. Then I was contacted by Sybase Corporation because Sybase was going to open their offices in Mexico. So I was trained here in the United States to be in charge of the consulting services area and the training facility. But after 3 years, the corporate office didn't meet their target. So they laid everybody off, 300 employees, including myself. I was only 25 years old. So I then was contacted by Visual Numerics, an American company, to open their subsidiary office in Mexico. I was in charge of opening the office from scratch, creating market awareness, selling the very technical products, because I am not technical, I'm not an engineer, but I learned a lot. I spent a lot of time in the cubicles of professors, engineers, students, listening to their very difficult stories about accessing technology. And then after 8 years, the company was sold to another company in the United States, so they closed their international offices. And once again, I was left outside of the corporate world. So even though I insisted to go that way, I think life told me that my mission was being an entrepreneur, like following my own path. And I have been very proud about doing it because I found a lot of challenges, but at the same time, these challenges make you a more resilient person. You learn a lot when you are working directly with the field. You, by working with people, listening to their needs, you are able to build a vision, and that vision helped me to create my own portfolio of products and be working with leading technology companies in the United States to provide my students, I tell them my students, my researchers, my professors, and my engineers with the tools they need to be more productive and efficient.
Excellent.
Great.
Do you?
Yes. So my story, as I mentioned, it started in a conference room, but eventually the journey was not easy because I've been in the corporate for the last 20 years and I still have a day job. So I'm a tech consultant and been in the industry for 20 years across consulting as well as banking. So been in investment banks, private banks, tech consulting, big fours, and I've seen the world, and it's always the same pattern. So that's what drove me to start this and make a difference. And to be very honest, right? I mean, like what you mentioned, it's so difficult, and sometimes life puts you in a path, in a course, and you just end up taking the journey. And this is exactly what happened here.
Yeah.
But I'm just so close to being successful. I mean, just this much, and I have a long way to go. So just, I'm being dramatic here, but that's how the story is. So over
Amazing.
to you, Stacy.
Yeah, for sure. So very, very similar story. And to your point, Sabina, about it being very different backgrounds, but very similar journeys. I grew up in gaming. I am a gamer at heart. I like first person shooters, which is very much lends itself to a demographic that is not necessarily what I look like. And being in those places and spaces is not always the friendliest to our the way that we are. So being in those waiting rooms and kind of having those conversations and always having people be like, "Oh, you're a gamer," and getting that ideology behind it is really one of the pivotal moments in my journey where tech is tech for everyone, and gaming is a part of tech, and AI is hugely influencing the way that gaming is moving forward, especially when we talk about educating and mental health and healthcare, all of the journeys that Tech 2.0 conference is taking. AI is touching all of them. And I feel like the way that my career path kind of landed here is also happenstance, where I kind of was share shifted in that direction because I was in corporate world for 20 years. And I knew that I needed to kind of shift the way that people felt about gamers. And the only way I could do that was to get people from kind of the ground floor. So, what I mean by that is education is part of everyone's journey. Everyone touches education in some way. So, if especially women can go in and show that women are a part of that story and educate the people who are going into that career journey, I felt that was a good fit for me once life kind of shoved me in that direction after I realized that the corporate world wasn't going to change as easily as I would have hoped. Education is where we can kind of dig back and realize that, okay, maybe we need to start earlier and then raise people up through that pathway. So that led me to Full Sail, which has been an amazing journey for me. And I'm hoping to continue to be successful, to Amrita's point, of continuing that growth story. This is definitely not the end, but I would say I'm very much at the 1.0 version of myself. So looking forward to continuing it.
Awesome.
Well, for me, I have a lot of stories, but I have 21 years in leadership experience and 15 years in reimbursement. I'm a trained social worker, but I was always a creative person, and I always wanted to help people creatively. And in corporate America, I felt like a caged bird, right? I could not be myself. I had people in leadership telling me to do something, but I knew intuitively that that was wrong, right? And they were trying to say, oh, you're going to get corrective action, but it was wrong information. And in corporate America, I tend to be, after I transitioned from being a social worker, I ended up being a federal contractor. So I worked for like the CDC as a medical policy advisor. I worked for other high level health insurance companies in reimbursement, advising them. And it was okay, but I guess didn't like the leadership, what they were saying, right? And I was the minority on top of the minority in these positions. A majority of the roles that I had were very analytical, so they were male dominated. And sometimes you will be second guessed. They would think, oh, can she do this? Can she really do? Because by nature, I'm a very quiet person. I'm just very observant, right? That is my first action. I see the things and then I correct them. So if people do not know, especially if you're working with a lot of men and they don't see that, they're gonna always think, oh my God, even though you're a high producer. So I in corporate America, I lacked autonomy and I need autonomy to thrive. I need to be myself. And I felt controlled and I don't like to be controlled. And I identified all these legacy systems, especially in reimbursement, they lacked efficiency and lacked integrity. So I took a leap of faith and I took the path less traveled. I quit my job. I had nothing there. Okay, I quit my job. Mostly somebody would tell you, quit your job, and then you need to have a job lined up. No, I quit. Okay, I was not dealing with that anymore. And so when I took the leap of faith, God gave me the vision for my company, Beauty from Within, coaching and consulting, right? And it takes your beauty comes from within. That was the whole concept from my journey. And I created or engineering our proprietary engines, RITA, reimbursement integrity technical architecture, because I realized that in the insurance companies, they had the legacy systems, but it was missing the human connection. And that's what I'm bringing as a social worker, the clinical logic with AI precision, right? And so every job I had, I was like, I had to quit. I had to quit. And I realized I meant to be an entrepreneur.
There you go.
So I started my business, and I believe that was the point where, and now my engineering systems are actually making waves, right?
Yep.
It's actually correcting what I identified in corporate America as the issue. And there's the AI version, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, which we use appearance-based behavioral health interventions. And both of them can infuse, and they create Beauty Gateway, which is an interface that heavily relies on evidence-based digital therapeutics. And it's helping.
That's amazing. My story is very similar. Actually, I am a gamer. I started my career as a gamer in game testing, but I also have worked for the Intels and the SAPs of the world. And being in corporate, I felt like a caged bird. I felt like I couldn't do what I needed to do for my marketing strategies. I was always told, well, that's all great, but we need to do it this way, right? And as I was growing in my career, and as I was kind of getting my expertise and more integrated and growth, I was kind of pigeonholed into doing only one thing. And so after about 18 months, I would be told, well, we're not really ready for your strategies, so we'll call you back. And, they would lay me off and say, okay, thank you for your service. And, so life kind of gave me that opportunity to say, why am I waiting for somebody else to tell me to leave? I'm going to leave on my own terms. And so I created my own consulting business to be able to bring the growth strategies to companies, whether they take it or they don't, whether they're ready or they're not, they're able to understand where their own gaps are into being successful. So that is what I have built for the last 2 years. And, it was funny because we were on vacation with my family, and it was right after I got laid off my last job. And I had an epiphany, and I said, okay, I think I'm going to start my own company. And the first thing my husband said to me was, it's about time, right? And so I said, I was a very supportive family that way. So I said, all right, well, there's my green light. And, 2 years later, this is where I'm at. So that's kind of what faced me. So with that said, our journeys have not been simple by any means. I know that personal experience and based on the stories that I've heard from you guys. So let's discuss some of the challenges. What are some of the friction that you have faced, as we are seeing? And, Amrita, you're saying that the numbers are going to go up. I would love to come back here in 2030, even before, and show that those numbers have actually grown from this. But, let's kind of hear some of your biggest challenges. I know there's a lot. So if you guys can kind of come through with like maybe one or two big challenges that you were able to either overcome or that you're still overcoming, right? Because I think it's not a one and done type of situation. These are consistently coming up or morphing, right, into something else. So let's start with you, Cynthia. Let's go back down this way.
Statistically, this is actually from a Harvard report, and it's also called a Crunchbase report. 3% of funding are given to women-led businesses, but yet we produce higher ROI, 35% higher.
Wow.
So again, they give us less funding, but the funding that we do receive as a women-led business, we produce more, right? We are naturally gifted in engineering life. That's what we do. We can bring life in this world. We are resilient. So I think to investors, they need to start investing to the individuals that actually can produce and really stick to their guns and build the future, because I believe women in tech is going to be the future. And investing in us and investing in the fact that we actually, if we say we're going to do something, we do it. right?
Yep.
I am a multi-level expert, right? I excel in multiple domains, and a majority of women are the same way. We are able to multitask. You guys have children. I don't have any kids yet. But you guys have children and you're also powerful women. Do you see that? Multi-talented. So I think being able to provide more funding for women-led businesses is going to be a win-win for all.
Agreed.
I could not agree more. Just from a sheer education perspective, to kind of lean into what your point was, Cynthia, we lose a lot of women in STEM and STEAM around the sixth grade.
Mm.
And I believe that that is a cultural challenge that we're facing as a society where women are benignly given advice to go away from those career paths. I do not think that they are unable to do so. Your point of ROI proves that we are more than capable of producing results, but we are kind of given this societal feel that women don't belong in those STEM or STEAM places and spaces. So I'm a big believer that we as a society need to encourage women very early and very often to continue to grow into those career paths, regardless of where they end up, because it cannot be stressed how important tech is in any and every job. As a kind of this conference has led to, AI is taking over every single space, regardless of where you are. So women and girls need to be trained up in all areas of technology so that they are better enabled to be excellent leaders and to have better careers overall once they do graduate out. So getting to them early is kind of where my pivot point was. And I have seen this in play because I, have led that journey to your challenge and friction point where it was kind of said like, oh, you'll grow out of gaming. Oh, you'll grow out of wanting to play at the arcade. And now I teach it to
in their
young
faces.
people and making sure that they're better enabled. We used to be told, oh, gaming, you'll grow out of it. And now it's an entire degree program and a multi-million dollar industry, as I said earlier. So ensuring that women are not left behind at sixth grade because of kind of the societal norm of telling them that that's not a space for them.
Awesome.
Right. Thanks so much. And I'm going to come to your point on edutech.
Please.
So the challenges we have been facing in women tech as a general, right, observation. One in Singapore specifically, I would call out pay disparity. Irrespective of where you are, women get paid lesser than men for the same grade, for the same amount of work they do. In fact, more that you rightfully mentioned is because they are deemed as a less superior being. Second point is when people come back, rather women, when they come back from either maternity or career breaks, they don't get the opportunity to showcase what they can bring to the table, be it in the corporate, be it in entrepreneurship, for funding. They don't get that opportunity. And the third point is right to your point, Stacey, is during the education itself. So many girls, women are taught right from schooling days that don't go this path because there's no future for you. You should be learning something else which will help you manage your household. And yes, as you see, we are entrepreneurs, we are married, some of us are married with children, and we are able to handle businesses, we are able to handle corporates, we are able to handle high pressure jobs, and yet we are here successful. So there's no two things about it that women do make good entrepreneurs. But sadly, we don't have the system that tracks it well and that gives the funding to women led businesses. But unfortunately, that's the state where we are at. And I'm hoping, hopefully, and with the right amount of education, with the right amount of opportunities which we give to the girls of today, they'll grow up to be better tech professionals. And we'll have a higher representation of women in leadership. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Over to you, Edwina.
For me, well, it has been a list of challenges that I can address like personally. And also I'm going to talk a little bit about the market in Mexico. But personally, I think all these list of challenges could help me to write even a book. So I'm going to just give an example of maybe two situations. It's like when I was very young and I was working at Sybase,
I was only 25 years old and I had this big responsibility. And instead of my manager like helping me and promoting me and develop me, give me the tools to develop myself professionally in the position, they punished me by sending me to a different part of the building and giving me the files of all my colleagues, all the documents of my colleagues to file. So when I was at that young age, well, I just obeyed instructions. I went to the separate building and I was working by myself there. And now that I'm older and I go back and see that experience, I definitely feel it was like a punishment for being young and being professional. And then along the road, when I was running my own company, I decided not only to have a company that would be profitable, but to have a company that would make a difference in the market, adding value and being a helping hand. So I think that I was in a position where I found out that there was a lot of need in the public universities, mainly in Mexico, that students only had like $20 per month to spend. And usually they would go to software piracy, but not because they want to do so, but because of the need. It's like very scarce resource to pay for transportation, food, books. So I decided that working hard and through volume licensing of software, these students would have been able to access the software just paying $1 a year. So I dedicated myself to do all this hard work and have a social impact in my country. So I worked like only in the number one public university. I dedicated only like 10 years to make this possible. And then also after being a distributor of this brand for 18 years in Mexico and doing something very great for my country, instead of like even being recognized for it, I was punished for it. The competition start building a strategy against us with the software vendor, with a new sales rep, and after 18 years of doing this hard work, everything was taken away from my hands. So I had to start all over again in 2019, just before the COVID pandemic. And I remember telling my children that sometimes you cannot control what other people do, or if they are unprofessional. We have a lot of unprofessional players in the market, but you cannot control this. You can only control what you do, what you give. And I really feel that I am very rigid, like straight on my values, and I rather start all over again than bending down to this system. So that's why maybe I realized that that's why the universe put me in a path to be an entrepreneur. And all the time that happens to me, every time that I do something that I think in the good common, in everybody is benefiting for something, I don't receive like even a clap like that in my shoulder, but I receive like a punishment. But it doesn't matter. I think that I am resilient enough to continue my own path and to be giving this helping hand to everybody, because I think that anytime that I receive this, it feels like you have to give more and you have to work more and you have to be thinking on the common good, because everybody, we're all in the same boat, and whatever we do, it's going to affect everybody. So this is in my personal opinion.
That's amazing.
And just another comment in the market is that, for example, it's also affected by the culture. No, I think that our culture romanticizes a lot the fact that if you are a woman, you have to be married with a man that is your supplier. And I think this is not doing any good for women or even for our economy, because it's like even people tell you, okay, you are lucky because you are marrying maybe a wealthy man. But I think that a woman should be autosufficient. And also, if we have equality in gender in the workforce in Mexico, this would impact in 43% increase in the GDP. So I think it is very important to have gender equality in our workforce.
Thank you. Amazing. And if I may just add something, she is a living example of resilience.
Yes.
And how women entrepreneurs make really to the top. She is a living example. So kudos to you.
Thank you,
Adriana.
Agreed. And along with all of those, I think my biggest challenge has been actually building credibility. And actually, I feel like I have built my credibility behind brand names or behind the companies that I have worked for. And I have built the momentum for almost 30 years now in the industry, but I am having to rebuild that credibility for myself. and under my own name. And I think that's been the hardest challenge for me is I have the proof points and I have the, you know, the backing behind a lot of the brands that I've worked for. But for some reason, that's not enough. And so having to rebuild the brand for myself, who is Sabina and who is integrated growth marketing, is really the brand that I'm having to rebuild. And I didn't know this when I first started out. I thought, oh, Sabina, you know, coming through, it didn't matter which company I worked for, but it's truly, it really did. And so if I had anything, or if I could tell girls that are coming into the workforce today, I would say try to build your name and your credibility beyond the brand that you work for. And I think that would definitely help a lot of girls today when they're coming out. Okay, so beyond the doom and gloom, I'm sure we've all had our wins and we've all had our opportunities that we would love to talk about. So let's go back down the line and say, what has been your biggest opportunity or win that you have seen as being a woman entrepreneur?
Okay, well, branching out to entrepreneurship is become very well, it's becoming successful for me, right? I was selected as the women's leader of 2026 and the next person to watch in transforming AI and digital strategy for 2026. So, and my video, innovative video won as well. So, you know, it's coming
Wow.
down the line. And all of my pageant beauties, so our vehicle is the beauty industry, and I'm a pageant trainer in addition to what I do. So all my girls have got the crown, they've won, and they've also come back and started their businesses. That's why my brands are interconnected. And it's when I'm just a little bit of success, right? My goal is building that empire with that interconnected empowerment tech ecosystem that I'm building out. And I think so far it's been very successful because I get messages like every other week, people from LinkedIn saying how what I do is empowering. So that's empowering me, right?
Yes.
That's building confidence in me to go out and do what I continue to do. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, 100%. I would say biggest wins are watching my students grow. I take kind of to your point of your girls for the pageants and also the people reaching out to LinkedIn is a lot of the journey is not just about us. It's about who we impassion, embolden, and enable to grow in the space, especially not to dismiss any of my students, but especially the women students who end up at EA Sports, at Blizzard, at all of these larger companies and these sometimes introductory roles, but that's their journey towards their larger steps in career and hopefully to those leadership positions to shift some of those statistics we're hoping to see move in the future. So a lot of it's just watching that light bulb moment or that passion grow and then watching them take that first little baby step into their journey and just kind of hoping that the planted seed that you've put there just makes a tree in the future. I love an old proverb that just says, while we plant the seeds today, we may not see the trees ourselves, but our children will, and they will stand underneath its shade. So I kind of just try to live and educate into that ideology that maybe it's not about me right now, but it's about the girls and women that we create for tomorrow.
I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, because I'm a nonprofit, right? I think the biggest win has come very recently where I have started receiving a lot more questions from people about how to make a difference. How can I be part of the journey and I want to make a difference? So I tell people, hey, we are voluntary, right? I don't pay anyone, I don't charge anything to anyone. So if you want to come on board, you want to do something for the society, it has to be on your free time basis and on a voluntary basis. People actually agree. And I think that's a big win because people are willing to invest time with you to make a difference. And that's where I feel that, yeah, I mean, something is going right. Of course, we are not at 5 million yet. I mean, nowhere close.
Yet. You'll get there.
Hopefully, one day. But the interest, the inquisitiveness, the kind of questions people are asking, the kind of difference they want to make, the ideas they bring on board, that's a win so far. And I'm hoping to see that it grows in the future And more societies are willing to invest their time to make it a better place for people who want to make it a better place. So, like Stacy, I don't think we will be there to see the fruits or the the grown up trees, but definitely our children, hopefully, they'll be able to see it one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And for me, my biggest win is definitely my children. I am very proud of them. They are very talented, academically speaking, and human beings. They moved from Mexico since they were very young. My son moved 16 years old, and my daughter when she was 14 years old. So my son came to the United States to Boston to study his high school. He studied aerospace engineering at the University of Washington. He's right now doing his master's with a scholarship from University of Boston, master's in mechanical engineering. He will graduate in May, and then he's already accepted for the PhD in aerospace engineering because he wants to be an astronaut. So he has everything against him. He knows it, but he's working very hard to achieve his dreams. And I'm very proud of them because they are overachievers. And my daughter, she moved to Canada when she was 14 years old. She's now studying at Penn State University. She has A's plus straight for 2 years. She's studying human-centered design and development. She wants to change the world. She wants to develop computers, programs based on humans. And she's like, I'm very proud of her as well, but I feel very well as a mother because she's 21-year old. And every time that I post anything in my Instagram, and I just have 200 followers because it's just my very close friends and family. But every time that I post something, she's the number one person. She's the first person that looks at my path, and she has come in the university and said his professor she wants to be an entrepreneur, and she's following my steps. So every time she's like, mother, I look at your LinkedIn, I am gonna see the path of these people because I want to develop these programs. And now she has been accepted for her internship in the IT department at Penn State. She's only 21 years old. So I think that's my biggest win because I definitely think that more than knowledge and more than careers and more than profits, I think the most important thing we bring to the table are the values. And everything that we see and we put with our own heart is what we're going to collect.
Great.
Yeah, I would agree. I think my biggest opportunity or win has been just the idea of us being up here on stage and talking about our journeys and talking about our experiences, because I think through our journeys and our stories, we are able to influence and be able to help others get to the point that we are today. For me, I didn't have this voice, or I didn't have the opportunity to have this voice when I was at corporate. And the fact that as soon as I stepped down from corporate, I was given the opportunity. I actually took the opportunities to be able to talk about growth marketing and the differences between growth marketing and demand. I've been able to given the opportunity to talk about women in tech, which, I've been in tech for 28 years and I have always been in a room with men. And that's it, and talking about what those experiences are like, I never had that opportunity. I was told to write a book actually by my mom. She said, Sabina, you should write a book about your story, which I did. So, and like I said, I have a few copies here if anybody would like. And it gave me the time and the opportunity to tell my stories and, hopefully to make some difference with other women, other entrepreneurs. Doesn't have to be just women. Anyone that's looking to try something new, it's okay. You will have that imposter syndrome. I definitely have it every day, and I have to get through that, hurdle every day. It's like, no, I do have something to say. I do have a valid story, and I do have somewhere to go. So, with that, I want to say if we have time for questions, otherwise I want to have a chance for everyone to kind of give a one-liner of what you would like for everybody to take away at the end of this. But I don't see the 2-minute marker yet, and I don't see the hands. We have time. Awesome. So before we do the one-liners, are there any questions for us from the audience itself? on any of our journeys or anything that you guys may be thinking about that you guys have in your minds. Anything? Okay, well, no questions, I guess. So let's start with you on that end and we'll come down this way. So if you wanted everyone to take away one or two things based on this.
I think it is very important to have self-awareness, to identify your talents, what you bring to the table, and be very strong and resilient in terms of setting up your goals and working towards that goals that you set yourself. Not listen to the noise of the society. Don't accept the position where the society wants to put you, and it's going to be a long path because it definitely for me took a long time. I was very busy doing something good for my country, and because I was satisfied with that, nobody was paying attention to that. And at the end, 18 years of my time, because I see it that way, it was given to another company. And it was a shock for me because I come from a family with a lot of values, and I was going to surrender. I was not going to close the company because my employees didn't allow me to do so, because they told me you are much more than that, you know. But I went and moved to Canada. I was offered the scholarships to study in these Ivy League universities, but my kids were in the West Coast. So I went to Canada to study an MBA, and then a government institution in Mexico asked me to come back. And then a lot of recognitions came abroad from international business magazines, Forbes, an article in Forbes, the UN requesting me to help them. So I think that sometimes the universe has this miraculous thing of showing you that it's good enough not to surrender, because you don't know what the other day is going to bring you. And just like be very strong, know yourself, be persistent, and that everything is going to take a lot of time. No, and that things are not immediate, and that technology, it's just a technology forum, has its good side and bad side, and it's better to focus on the good side of the technology. Thank you.
All right. So, what I want everyone to take away today is that we are not asking women to displace men. That's not the ask. I think many times, right, when people look at women in tech, they probably think that women are asking for displacement. No, that's not the ask. What we are asking is for a platform to showcase our skills, to give us the opportunity so that we can bring a diverse perspective and values to what we have to offer in the ecosystem. So it's collaboration over competition and not the other way around. It's not a competition with men here or anyone. It's all about collaboration and how do we bring everything together so that we can have more perspectives, we can have more ideas, and just like AI, we can conquer the world better. So that's what, yeah.
Yeah, so kind of leaning into both of your points. I heard a lot growing up that practice makes perfection. I completely disagree with that. I believe that practice makes progress. You are never perfect because perfect doesn't exist. So if I had you guys leave with anything today, it's that we continue to practice giving women a platform. We continue to practice giving women recognition for the hard work that they do in their roles. We continue to practice allowing for women entrepreneurs to continue to grow in their pathways. And then that way we all achieve collaborative progress together to kind of lean into your point. Whether that's through encouraging them to stay into those STEM and STEAM programs and to keep tech front of mind to enable them for the future, or just simply to allow them to fail fast, and fail safely. All of those things move us closer to progress as a whole. But I will lean into one saying my mother used to say is many hands make light work. And I think that all together we make those many hands and eventually it will become a lighter amount of work.
Very good.
Love that.
Yeah, I support what all you fabulous ladies said. And to add, remember when I introduced myself, I said I was the original STEM OG. You know what I mean by that? I'm originally from Ghana, West Africa, and when my family and I immigrated to the United States, in the American school system, before STEM, right, they had the home economics class that focused on design and structure, and then they had technology education class that focused on technology, engineering, and execution. All of those classes I did really, really well in. So I was training myself from what I'm building now, right? So I always quote Esther chapter 4, verse 14. You are born for such a time as this, right? And what I say is your mindset is your primary operating system. You need to feed it with positivity. Know yourself, know the skills that you have been given and how you can execute that with precision, and you will always win, right? And have unshakable clarity in what you want to do. And the first thing I believe in business is knowing your skill set and what you bring to the table. I knew that I was good in technology. I was trained in the 5th grade for what I'm doing now, right? And to all the investors as well, the statistics that I gave earlier about women receiving less funding but yet reproduce higher ROI, I think they need to take that into consideration logically now and see that investing in women is really investing in the future, and it's going to be a win-win for all.
I love that. I agree with all of that. Um, the one thing that I would say is that, as you can see, none of our paths have been linear. We've all had to reinvent ourselves multiple times. I don't know how many lives we've all lived at this point in time, right?
I know.
And, I think it's the quality of the decisions that you make, and it is those outcomes that allow you to understand what you're good at and who you are and where you know, accept who you have to be. I had a very similar situation where when I was a kid, my mom put me in computer classes, but I wanted to be a doctor. And at the end, I realized I may love medicine. I love to read about it, but that is not what I'm good at. I am good at being in technology and actually doing tech marketing. And so that's the path that I chose. And it took me a while to get there, and it's taken me a while to get to be this woman entrepreneur and, to get to be here. But the path is not linear. One of my favorite quotes from Audrey Hepburn is that nothing's impossible. The word itself says I'm possible. And I live my days with that saying in mind. Nothing is impossible. And if you really put your mind to it, as we have done it, and I'm sure many of you have, everything can be possible. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. Thanks for having us on stage. Thank you.
Thank you,
This is
ladies.
amazing. I love this conversation. And I will hand it back over to you.
A huge thank you to our speakers for that dynamic and insightful discussion. Your experiences and strategies have given us actionable ideas and fresh perspectives to take back to our teams and ventures. As we bring this exciting day of learning strategy and innovation to a close, it's time to spotlight the trailblazers and organizations who are redefining what's possible in business today. These are the leaders who inspire teams, break barriers, and turn bold ideas into lasting impact. Let's honor their creativity, resilience, and their remarkable achievements that are redefining industries worldwide. To present these prestigious awards, please welcome River Arias to the stage. All right. So we are going to be starting with our very first person, who will be Cynthia Appia for the awards today. Cynthia Appia is the CMO, CEO, and founder of Beauty Tech, where she empowers individuals through personal development, beauty, and self care. She emphasizes inner beauty and confidence, helping clients cultivate a positive mindset and well being. Known as a digital diva, Cynthia is also a top template creator on CapCut, the popular video editing app. Her expertise in crafting visually stunning templates has made her a go to for those seeking to enhance their digital presence. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for this award. I think it's going to go to all my pageant beauties that have done such an amazing job. And the last message I'm going to say is always create your own brilliance and shine bright online like a digital diamond. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Next up, we have Ellie or Eli Elizabeth Blonde. No. All right. How about Harsha Makarala? All right. Harsha is a rare blend of data scientist, go-to-market expert, and executive leader. Now the CEO of EQ, an AI-driven business intelligence company with 25 years of experience across fintech and edtech. Harsha has held executive roles including CMO, Chief Data Scientist, and CRO at TU, helping drive tenfold revenue growth by embedding AI and predictive analytics across the business. Let's give him a round of applause. Would you like to say something? All right.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Congratulations again. Next up, we have Jacob Anderson. No, Jacob. How about Jane Che? No, Jane Che. How about Kevin Boland? All right. Kevin is the creator and founder of Greenisms, an evolving digital platform focused on urban sustainability and systems thinking. Certified as a naturalist and known for his thoughtful, value-first approach, he champions climate justice, decentralized solutions, and neurodivergent creativity in environmental work. He is currently building a digital library of tools to make sustainability more accessible and actionable for all. Let's give him a round of applause. Would you like to say something?
Say thank you to the tech and CXO and the other conferences here. All the speakers have been amazing, and it's been really my pleasure to get to know all of you. And I'm grateful to be recognized. And I'd like to give a special shout out to my wife and her clothing company, Red XRB. And I'm looking forward to joining you guys next year. Thank you.
Right, congratulations again. Next up, we have Kunal Panchamia. I'm so sorry if I'm saying that wrong. No, Kunal? All right. Next up, we have, and I apologize if I say this incorrectly, Leah Half. All right. As a founder and chief marketing officer of, and I'm sorry if I say this incorrectly, Huawei Media Collective, Leah helps organizations grow their strategic brand development, audience engagement, and mission aligned campaigns. She is also passionate about giving back through her work with Kiki on the Rocks, an award winning children's author. She has received national recognition for her debut book. Let's give her a round of applause.
Want to say thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you to the conference, its staff. Everything has been wonderful. All of you are wonderful. It's quite an honor to receive an award, especially at my age, and so I'm very grateful for that. And thank you, everyone.
All right, congratulations again. Next up, we have Rajan Rangathan. All right. As an associate AVP of product engineering at SEW, Rajan drives large-scale digital programs spanning cloud modernization, cybersecurity, advanced customer platforms, and intelligent automation. He is an accomplished technology executive with over 20 years of experience leading enterprise transformation across the energy and utility sector, known for combining strategic vision with disciplined execution. He champions outcome-focused architectures and scalable integration models. Let's give him a round of applause. you like to say something? All right.
First of all, I would like to thank Tech 2.4 Conference for recognizing me for this award. And I want to dedicate this award to my family, who has been a backbone for what I've been able to achieve thus far. So appreciate everyone's participation here and being here present for this ceremony. And thank you.
Congratulations. All right. Next up, we have Sabina Iyengar. I was like, I know I just saw you. As a founder and CEO of Integrated Growth Marketing Services, she is known for building integrated full funnel strategies for her Grow Tailor Mature framework, which reframes the role of growth beyond traditional demand generation. She is a growth marketing strategist with 28 years of experience helping B2B organizations transform how they drive demand, accelerate revenue, and unify their go to market teams. She is also the co host of the upcoming podcast, Who Moved My Marketing, where she explains modern GTM models, AI native strategies, and the evolving future of B2B marketing. Let's give her a round of applause. Would you like to say something?
Oh, first, I want to thank, the Text 2.0 conference for this honor. I'm truly grateful. I want to thank my family. These last 2 years have not been easy, so I couldn't have done it without their support. My clients for giving me the opportunity to really help them and do something impactful. And my fellow entrepreneurs, because without building this kind of a community, you know, it's a very lonely world out there. So it's been really great to have this kind of community behind us. So thank you.
Congratulations again. Next up, we have Sean Feely. No, Sean? All right. How about Susan Bloomfield? No, Susan? All right. And how about Tiffany Louie? Yay! In 2019, Tiffany Louie co founded Query and is the CEO of the same organization with Emily Bryan in Seattle. Driven by a powerful realization, she expanded into California and Las Vegas, partnering with pride organizations and community leaders to amplify diverse voices and empower businesses to thrive authentically. Tiffany brings forward a story of innovation, advocacy, and empowerment. Let's give her a round of applause. Would you like to say something? All right.
I'd like to say thank you for this award. It's been such a journey for me to build this business around the LGBTQ community, and for now being heard and being seen is the most powerful thing I can ever ask for. And so being recognized is one of those recognition, and I couldn't be more proud of this company. And we're still going to keep climbing, and we're still going to be resilient. So I'm going to keep fighting for our community. So thank you for that.
Congratulations, and congratulations to all of the award winners today. What a day full of breakthroughs, bold ideas, and transformative discussions. From forward thinking conversations to cutting edge insights, today has truly celebrated innovation, technology, and leadership in action. A huge congratulations to our honorees. Your vision and pioneering spirit continue to inspire everyone here and showcase why technology is advancing the future across industries worldwide. As day two comes to a close, take a moment to connect, exchange ideas, and build meaningful relationships with fellow innovators, founders, and tech leaders. Some of the most valuable insights happen during these conversations, so engage boldly, share openly, and explore new possibilities. Don't forget to visit our exhibit booths where the latest innovations, tools, and solutions are on display. This is your chance to see firsthand how technology is transforming industries and discover ideas that can accelerate your own ventures. And while you're connecting, capture the excitement of the day. Share your favorite moments using the hashtag Tech2Conf and help spread today's energy and insights to the global tech community. The journey doesn't end here. With upcoming editions in Singapore and Dubai, new perspectives and unmatched opportunities to learn, network, and scale your ventures are waiting. You can get in touch with Jatin Sidhu, the 2.0 conference's representative. He'll be happy to guide you and provide all the details you need for the next exciting chapter of the Tech 2.0 conference. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow with another day of inspiration, innovation, and connections that will take your ideas even further. Thank you again so much, everybody, and hope you have a great evening. I'll see you all tomorrow.
On WhatsApp, I think.